Namaskar. Good morning. Suraj Singh, Int P, India C, India, Civil Engineer, Faridabad, NCR, Bharat, India. May 9, 2020. Another day on SARS-2, COVID-19. Critical situation everywhere. And talk continues, starting with virus, SARS-2, COVID-19, and then moving to management, then jumping to predict. Of course, sometimes in between certain sandwich discussions regarding miscellaneous issues, which is very common, starting with virus issue, calling it virus. Of course, everybody calls virus, but this virus carries with this many other unknown viruses like psychology virus, like scaring virus, like you can say virus of lost, as if you're lost, uncertainty of future. It's happening everywhere. People are losing lives due to none of their fault. It happened due to this SARS to COVID-19. SARS means severe acute respiratory symptom or syndrome, whatever you call it. 2 and COVID-19, we name it like this. Of course, researchers are working on this, and I got into one paper research news that we are only thinking of its route through nose and mouth, but we are not thinking of its route through some other organs of our body. That is some other consideration. It enters through nose, it enters through mouth, or it exits through that. But also, issue is what about eyes? And of course, ears can be there, but about eyes, there was some research observation, experimental observation that I read, that eye is also very significant organ, that it tunnels in this virus particle with 50 times speed than with which it enters through nose and mouth. So this is a serious concern for those who so far did not talk about this. Route through eyes. If enters through eyes with 50 times speed, it's a big question mark. Eyes means it can enter through eyes, and then it can enter throughout your brain, which can lead to whatever type of problems, complexities into body. So I think those who are wearing glasses is okay, but glass should also be very important factor, because in PPE kit they have this provision, medical health workers, but common person does not wear this except those who are in eyeglasses, spectacles. So it's very serious matter. We should take care of this. because scientists observe this eye is also a root if it's virus. And also that I explained before, I talked of this regarding its mutation, 14 mutations this particle, this virus can take, and out of those 14 mutations, the 614 G spike is very active and dangerous. It can it can move with many times higher speed. You can say 15 times faster than original one. This means it can localize its action, and you can say it can causes it can enter into localized community, localized people wherever they are. So both are very critical. I'm not doctor, I'm not scientist, but common safety considerations requires this to understand. And just what I could understand, I am trying to disseminate with you that we have to be very serious in this matter. It's no question of 1 day or 2 day. It thrives very fast. It's not even started yet. It's going to work for a couple of years together, and we do not know anything about this. Politicians will talk, they will talk, forget them. English politician, Euro American politician, Chinese politician, this is their different world. They are not talking for people, they are talking about elections and all that. We people of this country, Bharat, India, and our government are extremely responsible for acts that they are not doing. Yesterday, 16 workers lost their lives due to running over them goods train. They were by mistake or by whatever you can say sleeping on track. They were tired. They walked from their residences to nearest railway station, major railway station, with the hope that they may get some train to go to their home state. Maybe they were too tired, as witnesses spoke on video. They drank some water early morning. They took, but fatigue means maybe they did not think anything and just rested there, and by chance they lost in sleep. If they lost in sleep, so tired persons, hungry for so many days, and in tension, and in psychological impact, and by chance, goods train passed over there, and all those poor citizens of this country, proud citizens of this country, who contributed towards development of this nation as professional workers, lost their lives. And who is responsible for them? Who can define? Who should define? That's a question mark. When you are taking credit, you take credit of everything. You are bound to take debit also. So I would say government of Bharat, government of this country is directly responsible for such bad acts. Because of their decisions, this is happening. Not because of those people wanted to die. This government did not take any precautionary measures, did not help these people, did not provide them required money, and their owners also did not do them. These workers have been considered as if they are not citizens of this country, they are slaves in this country. This is very unfortunate. Government has forgotten that due to these people, due to these citizens, you will develop, Bharat develops. If these citizens don't exist, you cannot do anything. You cannot do anything at all. You may not get these clothes you are wearing. You may not get food that you're eating. because these people contribute to that part of development. And our prime minister, our minister, our chief ministers, all are deaf and dumb. They don't care for those poor because they cannot pay them, and they charge ticket on top of that. With these people, from these people who are already lost, their jobs have been lost, everything has been lost, and they want to keep them under arrest. That if you have to open economy, they have to work. Are they responsible for economy? Are they slaves to builders and promoters? Or to you? Shameless ministers in this country, shameless prime minister in this country, shameless chief ministers in this country. They have disbanded laws, they have suspended labor pro laws. They have suspended in name of emergency, in name of economic resumption for 3 years. Means whatever they want to do, they want to do on shoulders of these people who are citizens of this country. You want to be rich based on these children, these citizens, these youth. Where are your youth? Where are those people whom bhaks we call and they support you? Where are those crores people? Let them go to buildings and work there. Let them go to builders and work there. Let them work there, this middle class problem people. Both you go and work in place of laborers. Do you have stamina? We will see you there. Go there, work them. Why are you forcing these poor people who are citizens of this country? You don't think that they are people of this country. You will kill them. Kill yourself. You are writing too much, talking too much. Why they were walking on this? Why they were sleeping on this? Should they sleep on your bed? Should they sleep on your head? Nonsense, stupid community of body box. You are nothing but zero. You are having every bad habit. Because of Modi, because of chief ministers, these persons have lost their lives. Not because you and me, because of you only. Your Modi cannot take any decision. He wants to hammer these people. He wants to suspend their rights. He wants to suspend their democracy. He wants to suspend their right to live. They are proud citizens of Bharat. They work for this country. So this country moves. Now you yourself saying the economy has to retain, has to come back. I mean, these are people. These are those people who are responsible for economy. Then what for you are required here, Mr. Prime Minister and Mr. Ministers? What for you are there if you have to depend on them? You don't want to give them money. You don't want to give them food. You don't want to give them facility. But you want to use them as if they are your property. You are a master and they are slave. Chief ministers are signing ordinances. We suspend their rights for 3 years. You suspend your right first. Did you suspend your right? You suspend the right of Prime Minister first. Did Prime Minister suspend his right? No. They did not suspend their right. You want to suspend rights of poor only. God will teach you a lesson, don't worry. God is standing there everywhere, and that God shall teach each and every political culprit required lessons. They have to learn. You cannot move away. Don't worry, it's coming to you. It is coming to your son. Shame on to you all, politicians of Bharat. You have got no humanity. You have got no heart for poor. You are having heart only for robbers of this nation. You are only interested in vote bank. You are not interested in their welfare. That is here. And this middle class, as if they know everything. They are doing nothing. They are contributing nothing to this country. and they are talking a lot, writing a lot. I will accept you, work as workers, go to sites, go to builders and work everything. We will accept you. But otherwise you are zero, you are rejected, you are only slave to Modi and nothing else. Do your slavery, we don't care. We don't want to see your faces. You stupid community of Modi Bhakt. We don't want to play with fools. We want to make this nation without Modi and without you. Don't worry. Many Modis have come and many Modis have gone. Who bothers? You cannot value these poor. We don't value you. You did not give thousands rupees to them. You did not give food to them. You are responsible for that. You are responsible for their deaths. For their everything you are responsible. You charge them money for train travel. Shame on to railway. You are not belonging to this country. By these acts, it's clear you are not belonging to this country. You are not from this country. You think this country is an arena for you to make money. You want to make money at dead bodies. These people died because of your bad decisions. Everything you decided for them have gone against people of this country. So you are directly responsible, Government of India, directly responsible. Dear friends, this is very tragic that happened yesterday. I think every person having little conscience, little intelligence can realize this fact. You place yourself in their position and then think. Don't think things like Modi things or like their fuck things. Think keeping yourself in their position. If you had been there in place, what would have happened? If you can think that, then you can work for this country. You can think for this country, otherwise no. I trust in people. I don't trust in courts now. I don't trust in government now, because court did not do anything when case was brought to it. Court did not do its duty, which it was required to do according to the constitution of this country. Court avoided, court acted as if it's a part of government. Frankly speaking, court did not do its job. The court acts only for riches, not for poor. Court did not question government. Court accepted only what government says. This means court submitted to government indirectly. While government is not thinking for poor, government is thinking for riches. Government can write off their loans. Government doesn't give anything to poor. This is unfortunate that we are having such cruel government of UP, cruel government of Karnataka, and many other cruel governments, and cruel government at the center. UP government's chief minister suspends laws for 3 years, labor-related laws. Karnataka government doesn't stop strain, and many other governments similarly do something. UP minister says, I will accept people only if you clear their test. Lakhs and lakhs of people in Maharashtra, he wants to clear their test. And when they could not test in other parts of this country, he wants that. Means indirectly he says, don't come to my state. Who are you, UP chief minister? It's your father's state. And Karnataka, who are you? Are these workers your slaves? They are all Bharatvasis. They are not your servants, and you are not their masters. They are under constitution of this country. You are under constitution of this country. Where is difference? You are a worker, they are workers. There is no difference. You are not God. Prime Minister is not God. Supreme Court is not God. all are same, equality, you are having equal status. So who are you to tell them we suspend your rights? Who are you to suspend their rights? Who gave you this right to suspend their rights? You are acting as if you are owner of this land. Remember, you have to pay back everything. You have to face every consequences that would come your way. This is I am telling from my conscience. You are going to see all these consequences in future. You are just interested in economy. You are not interested in those people who are responsible for the economy. It is this poor class, poor by money, not by energy. They are poor by money, not by strength. They are poor by money, but not by determination. They have every courage. They have potential energy, kinetic energy, dynamic energy, spiritual energy, working energy, walking energy, staying hungry energy. They are having all classes of energies. What energy do you have sitting in air conditioning room and gossiping and just releasing orders? What energy? Can you walk 100 kilometers, chief ministers? Walk. We will see you. 10 prime ministers, you can walk. We will see you. No, you will not do that. Because you are higher class and you want to run by BMW. You want to stay in AC rooms all times. You want to use Zoom for conference. So where are you then? Compare yourself with this strength of this nation. You are nowhere if we compare you to this strength of nation of workers. They are nation builders. They are above you. Who are you? Just elected representatives, nothing else. These people elected you, and you have thrown them into basket like rotten vegetables. Every citizen of this country who is having little sense shall speak to you like this, because you deserve this type of treatment. You killed my workers, you killed my citizens, you killed them, you are responsible for that. Because of your no decisions or bad decisions, these people have been suffering for more than 1.5 months. You did something we should not have done. You do not believe in any planning. You don't believe in anything. Just do because you want to do. And these people suffer. Who are these people, you know? These people are people belonging to this country. You also belong to this country. There is no difference. They appointed you. You did not appoint them. You were appointed because they voted to you represent your MPs and to you as well. And you treated as if you are masters of them. Stop your train. Don't go. They are not aggregates. They are not sand and dust. They are human beings. You have to respect them, and you have to respect them, or we will not respect you. Leave this post and go away if you cannot do your job. You are not required there. We will have 500 prime minister's positions, no problem. We have many candidates for that. We don't care for you now because you have killed them. Just writing on Twitter is enough. None minister was seen there on roads when they were walking. No minister, no MLA, no MP. What for they are there? What for they are there? Just to enjoy life at cost of taxpayer. You want a plane of thousands of crores for your travel. You cannot let them travel by train or bus. You think this is your father's country or this is your honor of this country. You are a sick person, mentally sick. People are being killed because of you. Police beating them on roads, so they walk on tracks. Why police beat them? What did they do wrong? Police beating them. You are not giving them food. Police will beat you, not them. They don't have jobs. They don't have money. What they should do? They should wait for death. Strange, very strange. Only country in world which should be punished by God. Every minister should be punished here. Every minister. President should be punished by God. Sleeping president. Non-existing president. Doesn't know what is happening in this country. Just for sake of signing some documents, president is there. No meaning of president. What is meaning of president here? No justification of president here. I don't know what he's doing. He cannot speak to prime minister why it's happening. What's the purpose of president? Sometime so anguish I get. What sort of government we have? Is it really government or robbing government? Just give them money to enjoy, funds to their account to enjoy. That's this government. I feel very regretful sometimes. What people of this country have elected. Rubbish scrap. They elected scrap. Every person should be angry. It's a question of that. We lost workers of this country. What was their fault? No fault. They were already in problem. They lost lives. And there are millions in problems. Still they are walking on roads. And government is suspending their rights. I don't understand. This is a devil government. I think devil also would not do that. What sort of government is this? I don't understand. Suspending rights of people. For what crime? What did they do to suspend their rights? You want to abuse them for riches? Because your riches should have business. You want to use these people for them? I don't understand. What sort of politics is moving in this country? They are all naked people, shameless ministers. Rather than solving problems, they are augmenting problems. They are adding fuel to fire. This is what they are doing. And we all are silent. All are silent, as if nothing has happened. For them, this is nothing. No problem, 16 die. No problem, 16,000 die. No problem, 16 lakhs die. For them, no problem. No problem. Because they are not dying. They are not dying. If they die, they will understand what is problem. But remember, God knows everything. God knows everything. You cannot hide from God. God will give you proper response. Give you proper response. Well, I would suggest in this scenario, it's not politics, but remember everything about conduct of these politicians who do nothing for nation, only cry out. Then this SARS-2 COVID-19 is going to work very rapidly now. So better have precautionary measures. Use specs or goggles. Use masks. I think we cannot take any risk, even if it is not work of virus. Yet we have ultraviolet index. Maybe I don't know, you know ultraviolet index, what is the meaning of that? Or maybe you know, I'm not sure. ultraviolet index is a measurement of power of ultraviolet rays coming from skies, from sun. These ultraviolet radiations, which you call them UV radiations or U index, that should have stopped at ozone layer, but it is penetrating onto ground through sun rays, and its value should be between 0 to 10 according to international standards. If it is 10 means it's very, very dangerous. But for your information, yesterday around NCR it was 11 in this month of May, and may increase to 15 also in next month or coming times. I'm not sure, last time it was even 15. So you can say it's very dangerous. If it's about 2 or 3, it's very dangerous. So it's 11, much more dangerous. In this temperature, yesterday was about 39 and today is expected 41 or 42. The problem of temperature is not a big issue here. Temperature can digest it better if temperature is higher, because of it takes out all your toxins of sitting home and you're doing nothing physical. So temperature rise is better in that case. Better you go to your roof if you can't come out, or you can come out somewhere, go to your streets and have some sun bath. Better. It shall help increase your immunity. You drink water, hot water, and stay in sun. If you can't digest it more than, at least stay half an hour, 30 minutes in sun during noon time, and you get also exposed to an ultraviolet rays. And if you get the ultraviolet rays, this is another kind of treatment to your body. You will have more resistance to COVID, because this is also a solution to kill this. If you're getting ultraviolet injection from doctor, better take it from Dr. Suraj, Dr. Suraj's son, Dr. Sun. That injection you can get free of cost. And not only one injection, you'll get many injections in your body, because this applies uniform to your body and your surface area of your body, so you can get many injections time. So you can get rid of many problems to come in. Though ultraviolet rays excessive exposition is not good, that can harm your eyes and your skin. So just I say, if you take just for 20-30 minutes, it's fine. Means you need not to get injection of ultraviolet rays, and vitamin D you are getting. So it's both. You can say you enhance your immunity of body. You just take example from, use a lesson from this working class workers, building construction workers and the workers. See, they have stamina to walk hundreds of kilometers. This is clear evidence. It's evidence now that these people have that much stamina, that much potential in them, that they can walk up to hundreds of kilometers without collapse, without sunstrokes, or without thinking. Just I think maybe taking certain quantity of water only, maybe that's it's available. Otherwise, even dehydration, with dehydration, they can move like this. And you just imagine, with this dehydration, they are moving like this. If they consume water, consume everything en route, what sort of people they are? They will be very strong. That point we have to understand. We fail to understand all this. That's why this happens. Means you can compare yourself with them. Where do they stand, and where do you stand? You just walk 1 kilometer, you feel, oh, I walked 1 kilometer, your body is sweating in, and I want some cold water and that. And these people, without food, without water, they walked so many kilometers. So they are, you can say, a strength of this nation. If we have 30, 40 crores people like this, we are a rich nation. We can say that. These people actually, these workers or these citizens, both workers and citizens, these are actually power of our nation, which we discover now. These are energy of our nation. Our middle class persons cannot do this. Our riches forget them. So this is our strength. Just like defense forces our strength. Because this will work in agricultural field as well as in construction field, and also in mechanical and electrical field, in factories and industries they work. For whom they work? They work for nation. But we are only sitting, not to help them. We are just self-sitting and thinking, oh, let them do whatever they are. But we have seen now, engineers should realize this fact. Our engineers should realize this fact that they have a keyhole with them because they use these workers. If these workers are facilitated, we can get better results in our economy. These politicians cannot understand this game. They can only harm these people. Rather than harming them, we should help them. We should have better laws. Then we have strengthened our laws actually, rather than reducing them to suspension limit. We should not suspend. We should enrich these laws in favor of these people. That is my argument. Rather than saying, "Oh, we suspend these laws." No, you suspend power of real estate builders. You suspend powers of factory owners. You suspend power of industrialist owners. You suspend power of politicians. You don't suspend power of these people. They are strength of nation. They are power of nation. They are better than your middle class. Yes, they are not very well educated, but middle class, despite having education, it's doing nothing for this country. They are doing nothing for this country. And these people are making country. That is difference. They don't have any university degree, but they construct your building, which you cannot construct. They don't have university degree, but they construct factories. They work in factories. So they are many times better than those who call themselves meritorious middle class. You are only middle class. They are full class. You are middle class. You are doing nothing except driving cars, drinking, and doing all kinds of illegal acts. They do all kinds of constructive acts. That is difference. So they are contributing to nation. You are destructing nation. That is different. So you are not higher. They are higher. You are lower. They are top class, in fact. If these people don't work, your industrialist cannot become industrialist. Your factory owner cannot become factory owner. And your house cannot become house, only land. So it's because of them nation built up. Not because of middle class, not because of richest class, and not because of political rascals. This nation is not built by them. It is done by these people, which I understand now. This is that power of this nation. 40 to 50% of these people of our population are that class. They are SCs, they are STs, they are OBCs, they are minorities. They are more stronger than those who sit in AC rooms, gazetted officer, IAS, middle class, those who do not do anything physically, and they claim themselves, I'm meritorious. This class is not meritorious. They are illiterate people. You are illiterate because you cannot identify, you cannot realize what these people are. You cannot even understand what these people are. A construction worker is much more valuable than a gazetted officer in the government of India, because this worker at least does something concrete. You do not do anything except stopping files. So this person is higher than you. Don't forget that. This person is higher than ministers, higher than MLAs, because they do something for nation. And those people, MLAs and MPs, and they will loot nation. That is difference. So I now have changed my mind about these people. They are better than me. They are better than you. They are real owners of this nation, because they give you food, they give you vegetable, they give you buildings, they give you flyovers, they give you manufacturing materials, then that you export also. So they are real builders of this nation. You all are fake builders of this nation. If builders say, we want these people, this means they want them, because without them they can't move. This point you have to understand. Builders are responsible for money only. They get money from banks and later declare them NPA, and they eat that money. They say they don't give money to these people who work for them. This means on their own builders are nothing, promoters are nothing, on their own industrialists are nothing, and on their own there is nothing, to be very frank. If you cannot understand this fact, you are locked here. Simple. If you don't understand this fact, you have no mind. Go to stay somewhere in lunatic asylum if you do not understand this fact. Yes, they cannot write. They cannot understand English. But that is not basic requirement of life. They did not go to school and colleges. How can you do that? And you know that, but what's use of your knowing? You know English, you know Hindi, because you went to school. But that is not any way useful if you don't have any work with you. If you cannot do anything, what's value of that knowledge? You cannot work in factory, you cannot work in industry, you cannot work here. Okay, go and work. We'll see you. These so-called 10 crore Modi bucks, you go to building sites, you ask these builders to employ you in working class, and you work there and see how you do. Can you perform? If you can perform, you can say, yes, I am worker, but you will not perform, I know. You can't walk, how can you perform? You can't stand in sun, you need Coca-Cola. You need ice cream, you want some beer. How can you? You cannot do anything. You are only national loser. You abuse national property. You have number two money. You drink 2,000, 3,000 rupees bottle. Can you work? You cannot work. Don't blame them. Blame yourself. You are good for nothing. You are good for nothing. That's all. Ministers are good for nothing. MLAs are good for nothing. MPs are good for nothing. Who is good for nothing? Only these people who burn their blood, who burn their body in sun, and they deliver buildings, roads, all kind of infrastructure. So who is better than them? No one is better than them. Only is because these riches have money in their hands, they abuse them. Nothing else. I am really very disappointed with actionless government, actionless prime minister, actionless president. I am very much disappointed because these people don't deserve these positions. They don't have any capability to be in these seats. They have failed and people are dying. It's a very serious matter. Just writing something on Twitter doesn't mean anything for me. Act. Talk to them, go to them. Gandhi used to go to people. Go and talk to them. Call them. Discuss with them what they want. Solve them. Then you are active. You are sitting there. Zoom. हाथ जोड़ना. What shall हाथ जोड़ना do? घंटी बजा लो. What shall it do? ताली बजा लो. What shall it do? All drama, only drama, only drama. Nation does not need drama. Nation needs action. Had you solved this problem on the first day, just allow 3-4 days, this situation would not come. You half problems would be over. But you did not do that. Stay where you are. Means you can't think, you can't analyze. If you can't think and can't analyze, you cannot solve problems. Because you are not worth. You are not qualified enough to handle such problems. That is very clear. You are not qualified for that. But you don't want to leave that seat also. You think it's your seat. It is not your seat. It's public seat. It's voter seat, not your seat. You have been there on mercy of voters. But voters, you're not helping voters. You're not helping voters at all. You think this is your trademark, this seat? No, can never be. I never wanted to criticize you. And still I say I'm not criticizing you. I am criticizing your acts that you did not do. You did not do something which you should have done. That's only a reason that I am speaking. I could not digest this. You may say I got emotional. Yes, I got emotional. What's wrong with that? If your countrymen dying, if you are your source, I consider them as a resource for this country. I don't consider gazetted engineer or gazetted officer a resource for this country. These are resources for this country. MPs are not resource, MLAs are not resource, ministers are not resource, but these people are resource because your economy stands on them. If they are not there, economy is not there. So simple answer. They are economical responsible people. This means on their shoulders lie economic development, not on your shoulders, Prime Minister. You are mistaken. You just talk of Vikas development. You did not talk of these people who are responsible for development. Well, I like to talk of management now. Yes, this was also part of management, but they don't consider it management. Unfortunately, don't consider it management. So I put a break here and talk of management, so that after this management is being talked, management which comes now. Management when I talk, this means controls of all activities, all works, controls of right or wrong, controls of quality, controls of safety, controls of construction, controls of designs, and controls of implementation, and controls of controls. All are involved in this. So we should have a solid standing, not comfortable standing, hard standing, you can say. We should have hard standing to think about that, how to control. Project management is general term, and that it relates to designs, it relates to construction, and it relates to contracts when construction comes into play. Designs are related to contracts as well, but that is not that type, it's different because their contract is intellectual. When we say design contract, this means generally it is done in EPC works, or even if there is an architect or there is an engineer, though here in this country engineers are not considered that, but engineer also enters into contracts of structural design along with architects. Architects enter into question of, you can say, architectural designs. These are also contracts, but these are of different types. I am talking of contracts. These are of construction type, where construction is involved. So these are contracts which are very top class contracts, and this involves crores and crores of considerations. And when I say country consideration is payment. Contract is a contract when payment is involved, consideration is involved. So I have talked already about quality, I have talked about safety, health and environment, and also about many other related issues that I continued in many last videos. References of those URLs are given on text page of this video, hidden one. If you want to download any file, you are most welcome, it's for you. And if you want to raise certain questions during this talk as well, you can raise through video call if you think, or you can write here in comments, which I cannot immediately answer, but I will answer later on. If you think there's something, if you think you can write. If you think you talk, but talk about subject, not undue talk. I do not receive any talk, any phone, video call that doesn't relate to this. Just wasting my time for nothing. Some people are using nonsense on these video talks, which I don't prefer. They're showing tongue sometime, showing teeth sometime, showing your palm sometime doing like this, showing something like this. Means I don't believe in this type of super nonsense. These people are youth, I know, but you should have some sense. Why have you lost sense? I can't understand. You are future of this nation. You are educated people, or even if you are not educated, you are sensible. So why do you think if you call someone else who is busy, and even if suppose I'm not busy, You should have no right to show such type of signs to me. If you want to talk, talk something. I accepted your friendship not to see your such signs, but to increase your knowledge, to interact with you so you raise some questions and take something from my knowledge or I take from your knowledge. That is sole purpose of this reciprocal acceptance of each other. Otherwise, I have no relation to you. I do not know you in physical way. I do not have in relation to you in family. I don't have any. Yes, you are citizen of this country. I am citizen of your country, this country. And even if you are not citizen, you are citizen of this world. So I just had an intention to help. If you want some help, I can help you by knowledge, by my experience. Or if you want to tell me something, you can tell me something. I am posting daily. I am going through, I browse many newspapers of all generally. You can say north to east and east to west. Arab newspapers, Middle East newspapers, Far East newspapers, China newspapers, or you can say English newspapers, European newspapers. I go through all these news just to get some information about what's happening around world. You can also go. There's nothing. It just requires time. It's a question of time. So if I find some good information that you should know, I post that one. So it's for your benefit. I also, for example, I'm making this video. It's for your benefit. I'm not going to eat this video. I will not. I don't have any copy of this video. I can't sell it, and I don't want to sell it. It's there in server of Facebook. So it's for you. If you want, you are interested, you can download that, or you can join and talk. I have no problem for that. But if you just want to waste time, you are not wasting my time alone. You are wasting your time also. Are you so interested in wasting time? Your time is not important for me. And when you waste your time, you also attract others in that. You disturb me and others. So this is not good idea. You have any personal matter in life, how you live, I'm not concerned. How you stay in your room, how you sleep, I'm not concerned with that. I am concerned with generality of yourself, how private life, how personal life is yours. It is your business. It's none of my business. So this but please don't call me for nothing. I'm not going to answer if you send me a scene, if you call me on video. I have stopped answering to everybody. If I know that body talks something, if I know you talk some good thing, I will attend that. But otherwise, I am not going to call you whoever you are because you just want to waste my time and others' time. I am working on some posting, I am writing something, I am doing something, or I am doing something which uses mind. I am not going to attend your call, I condemn your call. Simple. You feel bad, feel bad. You feel good, feel good. This call is free, I know, so you are just spending your time because you have extra time. If this call costs you, you will never call me. So don't act over smart. I am not fool. I understand what you want to communicate. If you want, write something. If there's a question, I would answer. If you want to talk in call, send me a message. I want to talk to you regarding this subject. I will accept your calls. But just for sake of call, you're calling me. Oh, I wanted to see you. What does it mean? There are so many calls I'm getting. I stopped attending every call. I used to get calls from Turkey, from Palestine, from England, from Africa, from somewhere else, from our country. I ask you why you call me. What is your question? No, no, no question, no question. Just wanted to see your face. What for? Why you want to see my face? I am angry at that time. This is not good. I was concentrating on some work. I was thinking something. I'm not sitting for you to call. If I have to attend calls whole day, then how can I work? When your call comes, my posting stops. If I'm doing something that stops, why are you stopping my work? If you want to call, you can write on message that I want to talk about this issue, this question. I will accept that. But if you just try to call for sake of calling, I don't accept this. You have no right on my time just for sake of calling. Yes, if there's something, you are most welcome. Where are you staying? If I'm getting phones also, mobiles. I don't know that man. कौन बोलता है, कहाँ से बोलता है? Why are you concerned? No, I'm speaking from the ear. I want to talk to you. Yes, talk. What talk? I love you. I'll give slap on his face if I see him. This is purpose of a calling. You love me or you don't love me, I least bother. Do you love this nation? That should be a question. If you love this nation, that's enough. I ask many people, educated one, master's degree in English. Do you know constitution of this country? They don't have any answer. Why are you calling me then? What I have to do for you? This is, and this is no etiquette. This is called nonsense. Why do you disturb others? If I am posting something, it's not for me. It's for you. I want to pass information to you, whoever you are, wherever you are. Facebook is very wide scope. It goes to all over the world. It's for you people. It doesn't go to friends only. It goes to whole public all over the world. I am speaking in public interest, in world interest. Why you are barricade me? It's for you people, public. I'm not getting anything from that. I just want to spend my time for that purpose. That knowledge is disseminated. It's not knowledge alone, it is general knowledge. It is national knowledge. It is professional knowledge. It is social knowledge. It's all that. It comprises all that. The scope of my work is different. It's not blue film. It's not pornography. It is useful. Whatever can be done. And when I'm talking on video, I get called. What for? They are showing their bed. They are showing their pants. What for? I don't understand. People are mad. Is this India? Is this that Bharat we live in? You are importing all trash from other countries. You are importing all nonsense. Okay, in which society you are living, I don't know. Congratulations for that society. I had nothing to do with that. But behave properly. This is country. This is national society and international society. If you want to remain without clothes, that is your choice. But that is to you only. When you talk to me, it's public. You must be sensible. You are just sending me messages for nothing. Blue films, all that in messages. What I have to do with that? You keep that message. Why are you sending to me? Why? I am your servant to delete them all time. I feel it very much. Youth should be smart in knowledge. They should have some objective in life. Is this objective? Then you can't do anything in life. Your concentration is going in wrong direction. This is good time. You will not do jobs at all. You can learn. Economy is going to fall. You won't have jobs. Millions and millions of jobs are without. And you are wasting time. Learn something. Really? Why I think I should speak all that to you? Because I consider you my countrymen, my country citizens. And I want to see this country intelligent one, a smart one, not a country which knows nothing. But you are not in that line. You are in different line, which causes a problem. You are gradually breaking this country's intelligence. Gradually. to say there are 35 crore youth. But what percent is useful? Point is that just working on mobile, working on computer mean nothing to me. It means nothing if you don't have knowledge. If I ask you about constitutional media, you know nothing. Why don't you know nothing? Why don't you know anything about that? Is it not your duty to read that? You want to see films, you want to see, you can say hours and hours on Ramayana and Mahabharata. You cannot learn knowledge. You cannot know anything. Why? Is it not your duty to learn? To grasp more and more? Then you say, I don't have job. Who shall give you job? If you're not interested in learning, who shall give you job? Nobody will give job. You will remain unemployed. And you are not that also that who can drive a rickshaw or who can drive an auto rickshaw to earn, who can sell a small, who have a small kiosk and sell tea or water. You are not that kind of smart also. I am just explaining, advising, suggesting to all youth, value time. If you don't value time, time shall not value you. Very simple answer. If you spoil time, time shall spoil you. That's my message. Now I come to my topic. It's already 1 hour I've taken. I come to this topic, which is contracting, and that is in you can say in international standards, not national standards. Contracting, as I said also earlier, it's very important item. Contracting means where two persons agree for something to be done for an exchange of consideration. That is simple form of simple definition of contracting. This means two persons based on certain terms and conditions sign and comply with that. And it's not in society I'm saying, it is in commercial world. It is where business is involved, where work is involved. I'm not talking of families. Families, and there's no question about this contract. And contract is very wide term. Though we have classified into certain sections, yellow book, red book, this book, and silver book, and all that. That's only for classification purposes. Otherwise, contract is contract. Even if when FIDIC was not there, contracts are also there. It's not that contracts were not done before. Before, contracts were done based on trust, faith, mutual understanding, respect for each other, and words, value of words. Just like this saying, Mahabharata, Ramayana, "Pyar na jaye par vachan na jaye." That's a kind of contract. I promise you something. I will do that even at cost of my death. That means is that. But because human have changed, world has changed. So there's a question mark on that. Contract means simple, two persons minimum required on that, and they agree for something. It's not agreeing only, they do that, they comply with that. That is contract. If you understand this point, you understand contract. No need of explaining a lot, but even if you explain a lot, it comes out and because there are complexities on contract. Contract are not left so simple that we can say, oh, this is a one-line contract. No, it's not one-line contract. Regarding what which I'm talking, that is construction, which is a wide term, construction of buildings or construction of plants, facilities, or construction of everything, which amount from few crores to billions, to few crores to few billions. All these projects. When billions means it's public, it's not individual. When we talk of for small house, you can say it's honor, one person is honor. So that is different type of project. But when you are talking of billions and billions and billions and vast area of land and industry, so it's public, like it's like public contract, public money, public fund, public land, and public facility, because government facility, and government is what? Government is public. So for that, standard is reference standard. Because I'm not saying a standard, it's a reference standard is FIDIC, as I told before, and I talked yesterday about that. What is means they say. I was talking about a can say a, a, a publication, and that is regarding this, and golden principles of that, and I talked to you about that, yeah, last time. What is GP1, GP2, which you understand very well. I'm not going to tell all what I talked, but what actually we talked in this is, first of all, that FIDIC was founded in 1930, and it says FIDIC Golden Principles. First edition is in 2019, so recent one. Last year, this was published, and this is basics of FIDIC. And this is founded in 1931. Forget about history, nothing to this. So what I am saying is this was, and there's certain principles which are there talking, that if these principles are followed, means we can successfully say that this contract is reliable or not reliable. Just to constitute or construct that contract conditions, we have to do that, and that actually what five principles are there. Means what are those principles? And say, means example is GP1, GP2, GP3, GP4, GP5. These are like principles, golden principles. Say, let us say particular condition must be drafted clearly and unambiguously. Before that, GP is GP2, GP1 is duties, rights, obligations, roles and responsibilities of all contract parties must be generally as implied in general conditions and appropriate to requirements of project. That is called GP1, Golden Principle 1, which requires that duties should be duties means must be generally clear, or it should be explicitly clear, that is duty, that is right, and that's obligation, that's role, and that's responsibility of all participants on contract in general conditions and appropriate to requirement of project. So this is what GP1 says. It's whatever you write, whatever you agree, you should agree on all these issues. Is what's the duty of someone, rights of someone, obligations of someone. These are all participants, contractor, employer, and all others. Contractor and employer are actually parties, but others are also there. What their duties, their rights, their obligations, roles, and responsibilities on contract participants. So it's that one. So this GP1 is general on contract general conditions, and if just shift to GP2, we'll call particular conditions, special conditions, or project specific conditions. You can say particular conditions must be drafted clearly and unambiguously, means there should be no doubt left to that one. So that is 2, that is GP2. Particular conditions must be drafted clearly. That's basic requirement. It should be clear without any doubt. So particular conditions. So one is GP1 is on general conditions. Everything should be clear, and everything should be based on duties, rights, obligations, roles, and responsibilities. On GP2, particular condition must be drafted clearly and unambiguously. And GP3 is particular condition must not change balance of risk reward allocation provided for in general conditions. So 2 and 3 are like particular conditions. So 2 says it should be explicitly clear, unambiguous, while 3 says that this particular condition must not change balance of risk and rewards allocation provided for in general conditions. And GP4, which states that all time periods specified in contract for contract parties, all time periods specified in contract, time periods is talking specified in contract for contract parties to perform their obligations must be of reasonable duration. So 4 says duration cannot be blindly decided, it should be factual, it should be based on certain consideration or certain assumptions or certain speed of work, or that practically this work which is in contract scope of work can be done due duration, otherwise this is fictitious decision. If this fictitious means fictitious or incalculable based on the calculations, that time period of contract duration got nothing, no meaning at all. So number one is general condition should be clear, explicit. Number P2 is GP2 is particular condition should be clear. P3, this particular condition should not impact on general conditions unduly. And four is that all these durations which we calculate must be justified, logical, and should be practical. And then GB5, unless there is conflict, means this is 5 says unless there's a conflict with governing law of contract, all formal disputes must be referral to dispute avoidance adjudication board or a dispute adjudicatory board, if applicable, for a provisionally blinding decision. This is what it's saying. It's also very important in this case. And as we go forward, then so there's explanation of that which I'm not going to do. We'll move because already explained yesterday, and if you go on doing that further, it's no meaning. So I am going to another page, and that is so it has already gone. So this is 11, I think. Let us say yes. It's if I don't want to repeat everything. It's no meaning at all. What where I was, I actually don't able to locate that. There was maybe it's there. For example, now let's page 11. It's page 11. It's better to page 11, and then we'll cover all that. So page 11 on this GB4. Now, what is GB4 stating here? Uh, so let us just titles of, let us say that one only. GP1, GP2, GP1. Let us say it is, which say the duties, rights, obligations, roles, and responsibilities of all contract parties must be generally clear. So this is GP1, and then we go to GP2, which is saying that particular conditions must be drafted clearly without any ambiguity. That is GP2, and GP2 is GP3 is particular conditions must not change. Balance of risk awards, so rewards is over. So if we go to the GP4, all time periods specified in contract for contract period transfers of their duties must be reasonable time duration. It's okay, and then it's GP5 unless there is a conflict within governing law of contract. All formal disputes must be referred to the dispute avoidance or dispute adjudication board for a dispute adjudication board, if applicable, for a provisionally binding decision as a condition precedent to arbitration. So this we talk of this and continue. GB5 means unless there is a conflict with governing law of contract, all formal disputes, or all formal disputes must be referred to a dispute avoidance adjudication board and or a dispute adjudication board, if applicable, for a provisionally binding decision as a condition precedent to arbitration. There's only GP that can be expressed in explicit terms. If contract provides for a dispute avoidance adjudication board or a dispute adjudication board, it complies with GP5 if permitted by applicable law. Now, if there is no dispute avoidance adjudication board or adjudication board, disputes avoidance or adjudication board or dispute adjudication board provided for, it doesn't comply with GPS if there is no such. So your GP5 means it's not included, it's not applied, and that's not correct. So you must include GP, you must include dispute avoidance and adjudication board or dispute adjudication board. GP5 apply करेगा कि यदि आपके कॉन्ट्रैक्ट में डिस्प्यूट बोर्ड दिया है, डिस्प्यूट अवॉइडेंस बोर्ड दिया है कि झगड़ों को कैसे रोका जाए, झगड़ों को कैसे रोका जाए उनको, और वहाँ एक बोर्ड हो झगड़ों को सॉल्व करने वाला, दोनों हो, तो GP5 को माना जाएगा कि इम्प्लीमेंट हुआ है, नहीं तो नहीं हुआ है। तो भी however, requirement of GP1 must also be complied with, since roles and responsibilities of dispute adjudication board under contract must be such as to enable it to carry out its functions. Now, some examples of PCs, modification to GACs that are consistent with GPs are as follows. Now, what is actually it says permitting this board to correct its decision for an arithmetic error, and also providing this board decision is final and binding for disputes with a value less than a specified amount. So that can be done. It's not means it's very small. For a small amount you should not go to arbitration, and you should accept decisions of board. When it's limited amount, when you have to pay for arbitration a lot money, so if that money may be less than this, if this dispute is less than even the fee of arbitration, then you should not go for arbitration. And also means to correct whatever error is there, arithmetical error, this board should be empowered to correct that permitted. And of course, conversely, if you say the modifications to contract condition do not comply with GPS, deleting all clauses in GC that refer to DIV. Following modifications to contract conditions do not comply. So restricting ambit of disputes that can be referred to this board to exclude certain determination of engineer. Engineer might have engineer might have decided something which should not be revised, means restrict ambit of disputes that can be referred to that board to exclude certain determination of pretty golden principles in 2019. All that is duties, rights, obligations, roles, and responsibilities of all contract participants must be clearly done. As we know now, and have clearly defined roles, all participants must have clearly defined roles, duties, and obligations important to efficient administration and providing and proper functioning of contract. On now, allocation of specific roles, duties, and obligations to various contract payments, etc. is there. Now, what it says, it provides that best opportunity for contract participant is to deliver a project that satisfies parties' reasonable performance expectations, and delivery of large interdisciplinary construction project involves a complex interaction between all contract participants. So each one has its own roles, duties, and obligations which interface with roles, duties, and obligations of other contract parties. So roles, duties, etc. defined in FIDIC contract are considered by FIDIC to be those most appropriate to efficient delivery of contractual obligations, objectives, and best suited to skills and expertise normally expected of and exercised by different contract participants. FIDIC contract is based on employer and contractor undertaking their roles, duties, and obligations, and having rights generally as defined in GCs. For employer, his involves providing access to and possession of site at time contracted for and paying contractor. For contractor, it involves namely executing and completing works in accordance with contract and remedying defects during defect notification period. Role, duties, and obligations of other contract participants are defined in GC are equally important for efficiently delivering contractual objectives. Thus, for red, pink, and yellow books, this requires that engineer be appointed with appropriate authority, competence, and resources to carry out its role, and that it fulfills their duties and obligations as defined in contract. Further, engineer must exercise its contractual authority and make fair determinations in accordance with contract, taking due regard of all relevant circumstances. Means engineer must not make determination that only suit employers' interest without having without having due regard to contractual rights and entitlements under contract. Similarly, for silver book, employer's representative, if appointed, must have appropriate authority to carry out role and must carry out that role to enable contractor to enjoy its contractual rights. Particular conditions must be drafted clearly and unambiguously. FIDIC general conditions undergo a comprehensive drafting and independent review process to ensure that they are clear, consistent, and unambiguous. Clear and unambiguous drafting. Clear and ambiguous drafting is fundamental to all contract participants and participants. Wait a minute. So yeah, it's moving. Yes, understanding their roles and duties in order that they can fulfill their obligations and exercise their rights. Conditions of FIDIC contract comprises GCs and PCs which incorporate any additions or changes to GC. A FIDIC contract will only be clearly and unambiguously drafted if PCs are clearly and unambiguously drafted and interface harmoniously with GCs and appendix to tender contract. Particular conditions must not change balance of risks reward allocation. Fair and balanced work reward allocation is widely accepted as most appropriate basis for drafting of construction contract. Its fundamental principle on which FIDIC contracts are based and Abrahamson principles, well known to construction lawyers, Abrahamson, are widely regarded as basis of balance of fair rights and these principles are, as defined by Dr. Niall Bunny, dictate that allocation of risks to a party to a contract should be determined by which party can best control risk and its associated consequences, and which party can best control risks or its associated consequences, which party can best foresee risk, which party can best bear that risk, and which party ultimately most benefits or suffers when risk eventuates. All time periods, all time periods specified in contract for participants to perform their obligations must be of reasonable duration. Time periods specified in GCs have a have a have evolved as a consequences among international construction community as an appropriate balance between interests of contract participants required to perform a duty and an interest of party whose rights are dependent on execution of that duty. Physics considers Physics considers there are reasonable times periods for particular matters to which they refer, but without undue delay. Sorry, I'm getting some gastric. See, it's happening. Even after drinking water, it's happening. Some gas is trapped in is coming out. Reasons for GP. Reason for GPS 2019. What is the reason for that? This is this golden principles. Consequences of reducing time periods. Consequence of reducing time period provided for in GC may result in a contract participant having insufficient time to properly perform their required duties or to exercise their rights. An earlier trigger of a time bar that than is contemplated in GCs is one potential consequences of reducing time period. Conversely, significantly extending those time periods may adversely affect rights and entitlements of party for whose benefit duties are being performed. Now, for example, a longer period for issuing a payment certificate will result in contractors' cash flow being adversely affected. In many provisions of GCs, parties are invited to amend defaults time period by agreement using words such as unless otherwise agreed or similar wordings. Such time periods are recognized as being fixed by negotiations if appropriate, whilst providing a default option considered to be a reasonable time for GP5. Unless there is a conflict with governing law of contract, all formal disputes must be referred to a dispute avoidance adjudication board or a dispute adjudication board if applicable. For a provisionally binding decision as a condition precedent to arbitration. The dispute avoidance and adjudication board dispute avoidance and adjudication board for or a debate dispute adjudication board if applicable for a provisionally binding decision as a condition presents to arbitration. This board referred to in Pink Book as dispute board has evolved as an important mechanism to provide parties with a procedure for resolving disputes, at least provisionally, at much lower cost and in much less time than required for arbitration. It resolves conflicts of interest that previously occurred, where engineer engaged and paid by employer not only determined contractors' entitlements under contract but also has had authority to resolve disputes by issuing a decision so as to whether his or her determination was correct. This board procedure provides for an independent third party that promotes early resolution of disputes to enable project to proceed without unnecessary disruption and assist in maintaining appropriate communication between contracting parties. Additionally, board on a full term standing has provided for in 1999 Red Book and 2010 Pink Book may assist participants or parties to avoid disputes. If one of parties is not satisfied with their, their decision, it can issue a notice of dissatisfaction and trigger arbitration after expiry of amicable solution settlement period. However, arbitration can be delayed until project is complete, avoiding project personnel from becoming distracted. In meantime, parties have parties have a decision that provides a provisional resolution of dispute. FIDIC considers availability of an independent and impartial board to provisionally resolve disputes. Fundamental dispute is fundamental to all fair and balanced contract permitted by applicable laws. Board can resolve disputes in real time and thereby enable parties to plan their future activities based on reasoned decision of experienced, independent, and impartial persons who are familiar with execution of projects and administration of construction contracts. Further, board or standing debt can materially assist in assisting in avoidance of disputes by assisting parties to informally resolve issues before they become formal disputes. Uh, Reason for GPS golden principles is minor additions of mathematical changes to wordings of issues of clause that do not after intent are not a breach of GP. However, such cosmetic changes, such cosmetic changes should not be made for good reason. In PCs, changes to GCs required comply with mandatory laws are consistent with GC subclause. Uh, Compliance with laws, silver book, and are necessary and appropriate for contract to properly express parties' legal and contractual obligations. Such changes do not constitute a breach of GP. Principle of freedom of contract. Principles of freedom of contract generally enables parties to choose governing laws of contract changes to GC or consistency with governing laws of contract do not constitute a breach of GP. They are appropriate and necessary to ensure that contract terms are expressed consistently with the way they would be construed by arbitrary tribunals. All following terms as used in GC generally indicates that it may be amended in reasonable manner by PCs without being in conflict with GPs or as otherwise agreed. Except as otherwise agreed, unless otherwise agreed for both parties by both parties, unless otherwise stated in particular conditions, except as otherwise stated in these conditions. Unless otherwise stated in contract, which may refer to particular conditions, employers' requirements, specifications, or appendix to tender, etc. Now, in preparing technical documents, it's important that these do not redefine duties, rights. In preparing technical documents, it's important that these do not redefine duties, rights, obligations, roles, or responsibilities of any contract participants in a manner that is inconsistent with GC as modified by PC. For example, engineer has to clearly define role in red, pink, and yellow books to make determination as required by contract after consulting with parties. It would be breach of GP1 for a contract to require engineer to seek approval from employer before issuing any determination under subclause. It says this, for example, engineer has a clearly defined role in red, pink, yellow books that to make determination as required by contract after consulting both parties. It would be a breach if GP1 for a contract to require engineer to seek approval from employer before issuing any determination under this clause. It's of course a breach. Then requirement of project includes applicable laws to execution of works, as well as applicable laws relevant to rights and obligations of contract participants under government law. Changes in PC is to Changes in PC is to make contract compliant with applicable laws and governing laws. Changes in PC to make contract compliant with applicable laws and governing laws of contract are appropriate and necessary, and not in conflict with GP1. Compliance with GP2 requires, amongst other things, that each of documents comprising a contract provide a cohesive and comprehensive whole without overlap or inconsistencies. Contents of each contract document should be confined to its scope as generally understood. Then, appropriate document to amend GC is PC. Appropriate document to amend GC is PC. Contractual issues detailed in GC should not be amended in other documents, such as employer's requirements or specifications. Content of technical documents such as employment requirement, purpose and scope of work, drawing or specifications should be confined to technical issues consistent with provisions of GC as modified by PC. GP3 is a fundamental principle that should be considered in any amendment in PC to GC. Now, yardstick to apply in drafting any provision that amends law, roles, duties, and obligations as defined in GC is to inquire whether risks are being allocated to party that is in position to control them and bear consequences of potential risk becoming reality. And if so, amendment is compliant. Yard is to apply in drafting any provision that amends roles, duties, or obligations as defined in GC is to inquire whether risks are being allocated to party that's in position to control them and their consequences of potential risk become yardstick. Now, if so, amendment is compliant. Now, there are two alternative considerations in this case. Two alternative considerations involved in complying with GB4 in respecting providing contract participants with reasonable time to perform their obligations and exercise their rights. Fixed time frame, that is, those that are not qualified by phrase such as unless parties agree otherwise, should should not be should not be significantly changed from value of PC. Default time frames. Default time frames as those that are qualified by phrase that such as unless parties agrees otherwise or import. When amended, should not provide unreasonably short or unreasonably long time frame. A time frame would be unreasonably short if it did not provide sufficient time for contract participant to perform its duties properly or exercise its rights. A time frame would be unreasonably long if it significantly imparts the party's enjoyment on its rights, such as contractors' right to suspend or terminate works. GP requires that contract provides for a board to give a provisionally binding or decision on any formal dispute. As a condition precedent to referring a dispute to arbitration, GP5 requires That contract provides for a DAB or DAB to give a provisionally binding decision on any formal dispute as a condition precedent to referring a dispute to arbitration. Compliance with GP5 and that is entails retention of GC's clauses referring to rate, role and operation of DAB and not significantly changing its role, duties, obligations and rights as defined in GC's guidance for drafting, etc. GC principles include. Now, now this about this one, and now I'll move to other part of this talk, and that is FIDIC itself. FIDIC itself, which is very important one, and which we know actually so far we discussed in general terms about this contract system, so that you get at least idea what we are talking about. One thing I just keep in mind, and you also keep in mind, that contracts are not done for 1 day or 2 days. Contracts are not done for 1 day or 2 day in construction field. It takes years to gather. It years, couple of years, and at least you can say 1 year, 1.5 year. In that range, it can go up to 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and even 5 years in rare cases, and they are big plants. So that timing is very important. How to fix that time in line to quantity of work to be done. In construction world, there are many activities, many stages of major activities that are done, which cover different contracts also. Example, example that we have a complete package of contract that can be called from inception stage to final completion stage. There's another type of contract which is just EPC, we call that, means engineer yourself, procure yourself, and construct yourself. And before this was feasible study contract on reporting, also included in that, or you can say feed also included in that. It depends. So that is a kind of different world. There can be separate contract for that, for budgetary provisions or feasibility report and feed, etc. There's EPC contract as well, and then there could be a construction contract also in other words where there is no design involved. In EPC, engineering is involved, and engineering means design. It doesn't mean only nothing. So EPC is there, and then there's only exclusively construction, that is construction contract or maintenance contract or similarly. So there are various types of contracts that deal with, and also there are different contracts based on finance arrangement, and we can say like item rates contract, or we can also say that material material and labor complete, that type of contract. We consider material separately, labor separately, and define on that expenses, how much expense comes, cost comes, and based on this cost, your percentage is this much, your rate is this much. So you can say percentage based on material and workers and all cost. And also there is that we you use you spend everything and give to us. Means these are various kinds of contracts, and there's lump sum price, fixed price, which lump sum cannot be changed once agreed. Whatever there would be variation on drawings or specifications, until those which we agreed remain on contract, there can be no changes in price unless there is a change in design, and this lump sum fixed lump sum item get contract, which is very common on construction words and also on other words depend on. But one more thing is there, if somebody writes that officially writes on the cards that during tender this is our price list at this stage, and if that list is accepted by client that yes today it's this list, and there's a condition to qualify that if there's an increase in 5 to 10% of this list, we will make claims on that. And if both parties agree that's also another problem means lump sum is there and also this variation in price more than this percentages, our rates won't change. So there are so many complications in such types of contracts. But generally we talk about that which is means lump sum fixed price. There's a lump sum price and that's a fixed price that cannot be changed. So, and there are so many conditions in that. So if you understand these methods is something like supplying labor, supplying material, or material to be supplied by you can say minister and labor to be supplied by him. Only you have to remove your hat and wear hard hat. So that person is bring that, and we have to understand this very clearly. There should be no confusion at all. If you remain confused, you cannot work. Clear concept is very much requirement in engineering construction. If you are not clear, you cannot do anything. Yes, during examination of studentship, we lose something, we don't understand anything. Because there is no empirical formula in this, there is no mathematics in this, there is no empirical in this, nothing is there. You have to understand, just understand sequences and understand contract and how to deal with this contract. They say deal with contract with diesel y also y equations. So what I mean to say, there is a lot of background in construction projects because when projects run for 2 years, 3 years, there are chances there will be escalation somewhere this, but that all required to cover in that. And particularly we deal with itemized based lump sums. BOQ also gives items whereas you have to fix price lump sum, and this purpose of BOQ which you give rates to give, you submit with the standard only that if there are changes in that much more than this percent, we won't digest that change. You digest that change. This often happens. That's the reason FILIC has come into the FILIC means it is something. So let's move to understand these contracts. What are these? Lump sum contract, lump sum fixed contract, lump sum itemized contract. All these are there, which are of course very important from point of view of understanding. And if you don't understand them, it shall be very difficult to handle your project in managerial position because contract is also very complicated procedure while you operate it. Operation is also very important in addition to its design, its drafting, its compositions, that is one part, and its application, that's another part. In fact, one should be smart enough while designing a contract, while drawing a contract condition or clause, you have to understand the relation among all clauses as well as analysis of every clause. If there is this thing that some analysis is required specifically for certain item or certain section of your contract, and it must coordinate to where it relates to, and it should be integrity in this chain that you are going to start this, you are going to buy material, you have to submit materials, times, etc. everything, and according to all clauses in contract, and also that you have to understand interdependence of these clauses. So if you have to understand this and also you have to design these clauses, it's a big point. Sometimes contract decision, contract clauses construction is very difficult. and sometimes it's very easy. In both cases, this work well. Otherwise, it's big complication if you do not do that. For example, we used to talk on many occasions with our partners, our quantity surveyors, valuations, engineers on projects. What's the purpose of this BOQ when it's no legal value? There is legal value. There's work value actually, and there's purpose of that. If you say why one day I am adding fixed price on my contract, I am submitting that fixed price which cannot be changed, provided drawings and specifications not change. What's the purpose of BOQ? Why should I fill it? You are right. There's no purpose of that. But still you have to fill it. There's no purpose to give rates on tender rates, current rates of items, but it helps in future. That point is important. Today you are positive over this project. This may be a big project. You might have thought, I'll save that much money in this, but you do not forget that this project is not permanent. This document is not permanent. Today they want to do this because they have funds. Tomorrow there can be stage that the first party says no, I'm not going to construct this. Even also startup they can say that, which is very much dangerous to water, to government and to their staff. It's very dangerous. Means how suppose they okay, you this building having 15 floors, I don't want 2 floors to be done. There can be a situation. Okay, we don't have budget for this. We want to omit this item. Question is how to omit that item. You can omit that item from drawing. You can omit that from your books. But how you omit that from your bookseller who sold you this book? How to handle with that? So this is very important to know types of contracts or service, and generally in our line, this lump sum is used with fixed price and with VOQ as well as VOQ and whatever other documents are available in that one. These are trustworthy trustworthy contracts, conditions which help you in your whole project. Help means if you run project without any disputes, that is intellectual management. If there are disputes on every point, every take up, so it shall be very cumbersome to control that project. Because when there's a dispute everywhere, it's not necessary that other party shall accept what you say. And from the point of engineer, it's very important because engineer is a judge. In fact, engineer is a judge of designs, engineer is a judge of supervision, and engineer is judge on approvals. So it's a responsibility of this judge to ensure that whatever is done according to all the requirements. You cannot judge in parts, you cannot judge in one item, you cannot judge in one part of your whole project. If there are say 10 parts in one project, you have to keep everything in your knowledge. Now I'm going to formally discuss this. I'm going to formally discuss general conditions of contract directly, starting with various terms and clauses. I was talking to you last day about content of this contract, and I think I moved that in that direction after explaining to you what about the circuitry measurements, circuitry numericals. It's very anxiety. It must be anxiety in you people But I think maybe examinations load is there on you. In that case, there's no problem. Maybe. So what I'm saying is I'm going to read for you total index, and I'll just remind you what actually we had studied last time in this index, and that was general provisions. That's in context. I'm talking contents. Number one, that was general provisions, which says definitions, interpretations, notices, and other communications, laws and language, priority of documents, contract agreement, assignment, care and supply of documents, delayed drawings or instructions, employee employees' use of contractors' documents, contractors' use of employers' documents, confidentiality, compliance with laws, joint and several liability, limitation of liability, contract termination. And in employer part two, that's list actually you can say part two of this contract. Employer, what's that? Right of access to state, this employer's right to access to site, then assistance, then employer's personal and other contractors, employer's financial arrangements, site data and items of reference, employer employer supplied material, and employer equipment. And then engineer, part 3, engineer, engineer's duties and authority, engineer's representative, delegation by engineer, engineer's instructions, replacement of engineer, agreement or determination meetings. Part 4 is contractors, general obligations, performance, security, contractors representative, contractors documents, training, cooperation, setting out health and safety obligations, quality management and compliance verification system, then use of site data, sufficiency of accepted content contract amount, and unforeseeable physical conditions, and right of way and facilities, avoidance of interference, access, access route, transport of goods, contractors' equipment, protection of environment, temporary utilities, progress reports, security of site, contractors contractors operations at on site, and archaeological sorry archaeological and geological findings. And then comes subcontracting, part 5, subcontractors, nominated subcontractors, then staff and labor. So engagement of staff and labor, rates of wages and conditions of labor, this is rates on wages and conditions of labor, then recruitment of persons, and then labor laws, working hours, then facility for staff and labor, health and safety of personnel, contractor superintendents, contractors personnel, contractors records, and disorderly conduct, key personnel. Then we go to plant material and workmanship, part 7, manner of execution, manner of execution, samples, inspections, testing by contractors, defects and rejection, remedial work, ownership of plant and materials, royalties. Next, part 8, commencement, delay and suspension. Commencement of works, time of completion, program, advance warning, extension of time for completion, delays caused by authorities, rate of progress, delay damages, employer suspension, sorry, consequences of employer suspension, uh, payment for plant and materials after employer suspension, prolonged suspension, resumption of works, then tests on completion, contractor's obligation, delayed tests, retesting, failure to pass test on completion, then employers is taking over, says employers taking over of works and sections, taking over parts, interference with tests on completion, subsurfaces requiring reinstatement, then after over defects after taking over, completion of outstanding works and remedy defects, cost of remedying defects, extension of defects notification period, failure failure to remedy defects, remedying of defects, remedying of defective work off-site, further tests after remedying defects, right of access after taking over, contractor to search, performance certificate, unfulfilled obligations, and clearance of site. Measurement and valuation, that's 12, part 12. Works to be measured, method of measurement, valuation of works, omissions. 13. Variations and adjustments, right to vary, value engineering, variation procedure, provisional sums, day work, adjustments for changes in law, adjustments for changes in cost. That is 14, part 14, contract price and payment. Contract price, advance payment, application for interim payment, schedule of payments, plant and materials intended for works, issue of IPC, payment, delayed payment, release of retention money, okay. Issue, see, or as the application for interim payment, schedules of payments, plant and material intended for works, issue of IPC, payment, delayed payment, release of retention money, statement at completion, first statements discharge, issue of FPC, cessation of employer's liability, currencies of payment. Part 15, termination by employer. Notice to correct. Notice to correct. Termination for contractor's default. Valuation after termination of contract's default. Payment after termination for contract's default. Termination of employer's convenience. Valuation after termination for employer's convenience. Payment after termination of employer's convenience. 16. Suspension and termination by contractor. Suspension by contractor, termination by contractor, contractor's obligations after termination, payment after termination by contractor, care of work and indemnities, care of work and indemnities, item of part 17, that is responsibility for care of works, liability for care of works, intellectual and industrial property rights, indemnities by contractor, indemnities by employer, and shared indemnities. Then part 18, exceptional events. Exceptional events. Exceptional events, notice on exceptional event, duty to minimize delay, consequences of an exceptional event, optional termination, release from performance under law. All right, then in part 19, that is insurance. 19 is insurance, which is general requirements, insurance to be provided by contractors. And then part 20, employers and subcontractors claims for payment and or EOT. 21, that's part 21, disputes and arbitration, constitution of DAAB, failure to appoint DAAB members, or the avoidance of disputes, obtaining DAAB decision, amicable settlement, arbitration, failure to comply with DAAB decision, no DAAB in place, and then appendix, general conditions of dispute avoidance adjudication, and after that is index of subclauses. This is index of this document, that is FIDIC Red Book. Now this FIDIC Red Book means this is applicable to those contracts which are designed by employer's engineer, or employers, you can say, designed by employer, and construction is done by appointed contractors. Now we are going to talk about general conditions, that we call GC. This is a standard important document for construction contracts which moves these contracts, and is extremely important. When we say general conditions, this means there are expected to be least changes on these. We don't expect changes because these are evergreen conditions. These are not, you can say, top conditions, but normal conditions. Top conditions are different. Top conditions means conditions which apply to some contract. These are general. You want to use apply them, or if you don't want to apply them, you can replace them by particular conditions. This is the meaning of that. These are general provisions, and now we're going to take it one by one. It will move. I'll speak that its text of each condition and then try to explain that based on my experience, and that explanation is very important. Sometimes I will quote my experience examples and sometimes not, because if it is self-explanatory, there is no meaning to explain them. So let us say general provisions, and that is item, or I should say item, or section 1.1, and that is definitions. Definitions, which definition we'll go and see. It says in contract, following words and expressions shall have meanings stated except where context requires otherwise. Contract, it says in contract, it is just giving what's going to be in this contract. It just explains that by definitions, and that is in contract, following words and expressions shall have meaning stated except where context requires otherwise. थोड़ा हिंदी में बता दें ताकि कुछ को समझ आ जाए। ये परिभाषाएं हैं जो हम बात करने जा रहे हैं। काफ़ी परिभाषाएं इसमें हैं, डेफिनेशंस हैं इन सामान्य शर्तों के अंदर, जनरल कंडीशंस के अंदर। इसमें कह रहे हैं कि हम इस सेक्शन 1.1 में एक में हम जो नीचे देने जा रहे हैं वर्ड्स या उनके एक्सप्लेनेशंस, उनके मतलब जो यहाँ लिखे गए वही होंगे, या जहाँ पर वहाँ लिखा हो कि इसके अलावा भी हो सकते हैं। अब आइटम 1 सेक्शन 1.1, item 1.1, it says accepted contract amount. Accepted contract amount, contract amount जो तय किया जा चुका है। Accepted contract amount, I think should I share related to my calculator, sorry, mobile. I think I should have this condition in that, so that you can at least see page, what's there on page. I think it will better. I followed that. So this is here. Let us try this way, at least to show you a glimpse of that, if not any other thing. I think it's better to show the glimpse of that, what I'm talking of, so that you're not in doldrum of what you're not understanding. I'm talking in have on the well. So I'll take that page 22 to 25. Page 22, so I'll move faster here. Yes, it is here. Yeah, I'm talking this. I'll explain to you better. You can understand that what I'm talking about. Maybe if you can read that here, it's better if it's like that. These are general conditions and there's definitions. It's very small actually. Let me briefly explain this. Zoom this so that you can actually understand. Accepted contract amount, advance payment cards, base date, bill of time and bill of quantities, and claim. All this means which we are going to talk in this one, and next one also I'll show you, so that at least something we know means what I'm talking. claim, commencement date, compliance verification, conditions of contract, contract agreement, contract date, contract price, contractor, contractor documents, contractor's equipment, contractor's personal, contractor representative, cost, cost plus profit, entry, date of completion, day work, schedule, defects, notification, deluxe damages, dispute, drawings, copyright, employers, equipment, employers, personal, just trying to show with what terms are used in this. So you know means that I'm talking about you should not think what I'm talking about some alien or alien words. It's joint venture JV it is here and key personal laws, letter of acceptance, letter of tender, then and of course there are few more. I could not sleep last night due to some problem. I'm yawning. And Little unclear. Okay. Now, there's so many countries which are going on. I'll just explain to you what it was. We're not going to talk of them. Miss, so many pages are there. I can't. For reference, I have shown that I'm taking from here, that place. We'll talk of these conditions one by one. Who's there? Few people are there now. Good morning to everybody. Sabko namaskar. Sometimes I can't read you for my eyes problem. Mr. Mohammed, good morning. Mr. Guljar, good morning. Mr. Chaudhary, good morning. Ghulam Jahan, good morning. Whoever's there, well, it's okay. Now I'm going to start this. This is very boring subject, but again I'm telling you, but very important one. Now what says accepted contract amount 111. This is page 22 of 225. So your long journey here 225 pages, and this 21 means 22 means about 200 pages. We are going to talk on this file. Accepted contract amount, which means amount accepted in letter of acceptance for execution of works in accordance with contract. It is saying that there is a letter we have issued that is entitled letter of acceptance for execution of works. This means tender has been considered, your tender incompletely has been reviewed, scrutinized, checked against other tenders, and you are just informed formally that this shall be the representative there for 7 days, and you shall be there to take them to talk. This is that letter which informs the contractor that we have appointed you as our contractor for this project. This project is given, their name is given, the title is given on this project. Date of commencement is this one, or they say you will calculate according to calculation. Generally, they give the within so many days you have to start this project, and this is our engineer, uh, resident engineer on this office. Is his mobile number or whatever else number. You can talk to this man all the having a while. So this means is that you have to start work now, and this is total amount that we will pay you, total sum that we will pay you for this contract. This is called accepted contract amount because this amount was given on tender document at end, and now because we are going to this project, we are not touching this amount. We trust you. We have seen that it should be equal to this. We did not send some valuer, or we can say valuer to site to ensure that you are not slave. That is sole purpose of this letter of acceptance of contract document, contract accepted contract amount. That's the purpose of this, and this is firm and final, and it is on record. This is permanent record, and you cannot say that what's that. And after this, following this document, you have to chart out your plan to start mobilization of site, as well as you know that you would enter into contract within so many days formally. And this says that you have to start working now. You provided some schedule on tender document. You have to reconfirm or do this one within a period of 14 days. That says. So this is that accepted contract amount. When we go to 112, advance payment certificate. Advance payment certificate, that means a payment certificate that is issued by the staff, by this accept advance payment certificates. A payment certificate issued by engineer for advance payment under subclause 14.2.2 advance payment certificate. And if there's a clause, you can say in your tender document that if you want advance payment, we'll give you, provided we give us bank liability in that clause. And then also we have that, you know, what purpose is that? Why it is that? Is there some purpose certain now? It doesn't serve anything. Why to? Why to purpose? So this is payment certificate in which case your conditions say you give a bank guarantee of this much and we will pay you advance this much. That's a general condition, and it's given it in a page, tabulated page on that contract form, and means a payment certificate issued by engineer for advance payment under subclause this 42 advance payment certificate. So you have to apply and get it done against on bank security. This is not that they are helping you for purposes to start job fast. It's some kind of advance money in this go. You have to mobilize, you need some money, you have to buy this and buy that, and you have to also procure labor, material, and maybe some machine you have to buy. To meet all those urgent and immediate requirements, you are not going to help. You say no, it's better to say here. Now, advance payment certificate is very small, and this we explained. Now we go to yes, well, of course, this advance sum if you get, it's not a free payment. It shall be recovered from your valuations, monthly valuations. It won't be free, and so you are given again for no, 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 it's not that. It will be started recovering by next valuation or by next valuation, depending on. So you are here to take those because it's not for your expenses. This is for expenses of your project. Don't think otherwise. They are expenses. And if you do on your expenses, then you are liable. Not engineer, not employer. They are not liable for this. You are liable because this is a support to project. They want to see project start, and this is what they say. If you are not starting, they ask someone to support you. Honestly, now next is another advance payment means guarantee under subclass 14.2.2. That is what we have said already. So base date, what is that? Base date. No, base date. What is base date? Oh, base after all. Where is base? I explained to you in those graphics. Maybe you don't remember. There was. I'll show you again if you want. This means date 28 days before latest date of latest date for submission of tender. Between submission of tender while blocking does not mean anything because alright you are a senior person. The men did that. The senior person he brought that elephant on roads and called his politicians sleeping in various areas without taking into consideration all this. So this is base date as I said, and it's very important base date. If I can show you, I'll show you 28 days before latest date of submission of tenders. That's it. Means 28 days they start before that, and I think I show you that one. I can show you that one. So fine. I move forward. I won't stop there. Just for a reference, like children are to be Oh, that's what this is. Icon. This is. I think it's graphics of that. So it should be somewhere here. Yeah, it's here. Must be. Let me say it should be. Yeah. Yes, it is here. Yeah. You can see here. I will show you this base date. Say, say, yes, it is 28 days written here, and that is this is your vendor vendor closed. This is 28 days. So this was actually what I wanted to give there. Then now bill of quantities, that is point 115. Bill of quantities. Maybe people do not know what is bill, or maybe they know bill means a document that entitles bill of quantities, if any, included in schedule. We have worked on construction, on buildings, on whatever items. You must know that we have to work out every quantity. There will be hundreds of items on a building or whatever project we have. We have excavation, we have survey, we have concrete below, we have treatment, chemical treatment, we have reinforcement, we have formwork, yeah, and like that there are hundreds of items. Every quantity is required to be calculated from drawings. We cannot run away from that. That is basic duty. Without that, we cannot tender. Without that, we cannot pay. Without that, it cannot be decided cost or budget. Bill of quantity means all those quantities of all those items, big or small, even that covers rupee one or dollar one. All those items are required to be calculated mathematically. We take off from drawings. Say take off means we take off measurements from drawings and all drawings, and we take length, breadth, height, or diameter or radius, whatever shape required, and calculate those quantities in numbers, in metric system, where numbers measures, or you know it's kind of, you may kind of savvy, but it's not savvy. It's quantity of materials, all materials. When we say, for example, we're driving a car to join, but how many times this cycle has taken? How many rolls this has taken? So you have, for example, we are doing excavation. We have to excavate length, width, and height. This quantity can be taken directly from drawing for purpose of payment, but for purpose of record or for purpose of other thing, then you have to forget that real thing. So, alright, so bill of quantity is there. We chart out. Suppose there are 10 buildings, 5 buildings, 4 buildings, whatever number of buildings are there. We work out quantities for everything. Excavation quantity, then you can say compaction quantity, foundation concrete quantity, raft quantity or foundation quantity, the founder quantity, steel quantity, concrete column concrete quantity, then you can say further columns quantity, further rims quantity, then backfill quantity. This take lot of materials, lot of you can say supervision. But if you are mind through, if you are true one, if you are no job, you will be ready with every documents. And this is the beauty of lump sum contract. That BOP is there, it exists everywhere. Legally, it's not binding, but it's supportive one. Legally, it's drawing specification of contract that makes it binding. BOQ is a supporting document. It helps you because never on lump sum BOQ can be forced. If you want to make your own BOQ, you are free to make that. There is no problem. But BOQ helps in tendering. It helps in assessment of how much quantity is there in all project or in this building. That's the purpose of this. So all even air conditioning duct and electrical duct and plumbing, all metals are taken to this quantities. And you know market rates. You go or experience in any country, you know what market rates exist. So they can simply use that one or compliance of your country. They find your power of radiation will be between this point and that point. The points are there for me. You will can find beauty quantities. You can consider beauty quantities. So bill of quantities is called beauty, and beauty is root of if beauty we say it is not important document. It's found here and there. If you say like that, it doesn't relate to us. Nobody is asking to help you. Now we are going to claim. It's a bill of quantity claim. And in bill of quantity, I may tell you there may be 10 buildings, 5 buildings, landscape or something. Not necessarily building is there, in external works, sewer line, water line, firefighter, whatever line is there, compound one is there. Every item requires separate BOQ. Reason is in case one item is omitted from contract. For example, we don't want landscape to be done by you. We want somebody else to do that, or we don't want this small building of guard room. We don't want something separate, and we don't want or we don't want something, there's separate BOQ for that suppose. So you will take out all price of separate BOQ and then revise cost of rental. There's so many purpose. Means which item rate doesn't exist, which we should fill, you can fill same one which you filled in that. That's the guideline only. So claims are there, and then claim means a request of assertion. A request or assertion by one party to other party to an entitlement or relief under any clause of these conditions or otherwise in connection with or arising out of contract or execution of works. इसको थोड़ा रिपीट करें. क्लेम मतलब दावा. क्लेम क्लेम आप जानते हैं. A request or assertion by one party to other. There are two parties, employer and employee. So either party can raise claim on other party to an entitlement or relief under any clause of these conditions. If I am not given that entitlement, I can raise claim for that. This is my right on this bill, this vehicle or organization which is dealing that. I have a claim for that. It is according to this article or this section, and this money or time be paid to me. Either party can claim that. So that's what it means. कोई भी पार्टी उसमें से हिस्सा मांग सकती है अपना. ये मेरा बनता है, विधान के हिसाब से निकाल के देख लीजिए. And if that party brings according to विधान, according to this charter, according to this agreement, this claim can be raised. under that clause of these conditions. This is entitled means it is your legal, it's not state's legal. Unfortunately, I find problems in writing it. So this is that claim, and it also says that relief, relief under any clause of these conditions or otherwise in connection with or grounds and guest of White House. क्लेम जो एक दावा बनाता है एक पार्टी का दूसरी पार्टी के ऊपर किसी भी सेक्शन के नीचे, ये मेरा बनता है, मुझे दीजिए या इसके बेनिफिट दीजिए। जो भी किसी काम का कहीं से निकल के आए काम करते वक्त, ये दावा उसका होता है। अगर आप क्लेम नहीं करेंगे तो आपका नहीं बनेगा। ये क्लेम का उसी को मिलता है, एससी को। After that, we go further. That is commencement date. Commencement date. See, one by one we have to go. I am thinking on that. Otherwise, we will not be able to understand this. अगर जल्दबाजी में भागे कुछ समझ नहीं आएगा तो ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का मामला है, ये किसी का पर्सनल मामला नहीं है। और कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का मतलब लंबा चौड़ा प्रोग्राम, कोई ये शादी का नहीं है कि एक दिन में हम कर लेंगे। ये सालों लगते हैं इसमें, और सालों में कितने लोग चेंज होते होंगे सोचिए। सो मेनी पीपल ट्राई टू चेंज देयर हैंड्स, so many supervisors, engineers, workers, all those change. So this is different. When commencement date, what is that? This means date as stated in engineer's notice issued under subclause 80. That notice, and that is acceptance letter, and then contract later on. So acceptance letter itself is a commencement date that it would specify on that after issue of so many days in Ramadan or a separate thing. I cannot force that one. It can be only suggested. There's no question of force. So already two parties have agreed. So when they agreed that this day contract starts, which day contract starts means that is commencement date. And when you file tender, before tender you file, there are 28 days, and that is, you can say, we discussed before, what is that? Base contract basis. That says base date, means date 28 days before, latest date of submission of tender. So we have talked commencement date is that date. It's not very specific, which is on record, which calculates or mentions both. Either it can be calculated or it can be indicated directly. If it's not indicated directly in terms of specific month, day, year, then it can be worked out from filing date of tenders and 28 days before. So then from that 28 days, you will be given, you will stand one day. That's harmful for whole people of this country. If we can harass our people like this actions on contract. So that's why it's international agreement. Now, commencement date, as I said, is either calculated or mentioned both. Date of statement. Now, compliance verification system, and that is 118. Compliance verification system. What's that? Means compliance verification system to be prepared and implemented by contractors for works in accordance with subclause 492 compliance verification system. We have to go to 492 and understand that. And also 81, which will go later. Compliance verification system means compliance verification system to be prepared and implemented by contractor for works in accordance with subclause 492. And if we jump over to that 492, that will come back here just for a moment. 492, what it says, it's called coordination of this. It's long one. Indeed, no problem. 492, whatever. You just we know something now. You know something now. Why to wait for later? Oh, it's going very fast. It's not finishing. So let's down it down. So 417 has come. What was that? I don't know exactly remember. 443, 442, or 49 something. I remember. Let us see. I just took titles of this four so that we know. It is regarding contractor, and it says that contract general obligation. In this, it's saying contractors obligations 421. Contractors obligation. Then claims under performance security, and then is return of performance security. Preparation and review, as built records, operation and maintenance manuals, accuracy, errors, assessment of determination of rectification means measures as to this. What measures, if any, contract is required to take or rectify or errors. And quality management system, then compliance verification system. It's that compliance verification system 492. I'd say let's see it down just for information. So we clear about that. Compliance verification system. Contractor shall prepare and implement a compliance verification system to demonstrate that design, if any, materials employer supplied materials, if any, plant work and workmanship comply in all respects with contract. Contractor shall prepare, ठेकेदार या तैयार करेगा, इम्प्लीमेंट करेगा कंप्लायंस वेरिफिकेशन सिस्टम को. कंप्लायंस का मतलब जो लिखा गया है वैसा करना, उसको वेरीफाई करना, ये बताने के लिए, दिखाने के लिए, to demonstrate that design, if any, यदि कोई डिजाइन है, मटेरियल्स है, एम्प्लॉयर सबको सप्लाइड मटेरियल है, if any, एम्प्लॉयर भी सप्लाई कर सकता है. Plant work and workmanship, plant work and workmanship comply in all respects to with contract. ये सब कुछ इसमें प्लांट आप लाए, वर्क आप कर रहे हैं, वर्कमैनशिप दिखा रहे हैं, जो भी आप कर रहे हैं इस प्रोजेक्ट में ठीक कर रहे हैं, तो सिस्टम को कंप्लाइंट माना जाएगा. और ये कंप्लाइंट हम जब तक आप करेंगे माना जाएगा, जब बताएंगे कि ठीक किया तो माना जाएगा, कि गलत कुछ ना हो. एंड compliance verification system shall be in accordance with detailed states in specification. Details stated in specification, if any, and shall include a method for reporting results of all inspections and tests carried out by a contractor in event that any inspection or test identify a non-compliance with in a contract subclause 7.5 defects and protection shall and Contract shall prepare and submit to engineer a complete set of compliance verification documentation for works or section as case may be, fully compiled and collated in a manner described in specifications, or if not so described in a manner acceptable to engineer. आप समझिए क्या कहते हैं। वो सिस्टम आप बनाएंगे, उसको कंप्लायंस कर रहा है कंपनीज का, सॉरी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट्स का, स्पेसिफिकेशंस का, उसको आप लिस्ट बनाएंगे, प्रूव करेंगे, और यही वेरिफिकेशन है। स्पेसिफिकेशन क्या काम कर रहे हैं, वी आर वर्किंग अकॉर्डिंग टू स्पेसिफिकेशन, वी आर अकॉर्डिंग टू ड्राइंग, वी आर अकॉर्डिंग टू व्हाटएवर इज मेंशन, वी आर अकॉर्डिंग टू कोड्स एंड व्हाटएवर इज रिलेवेंट, एंड that includes methods for reporting of results of all inspections and test results, and that's quality assurance, quality controls, all we are doing, and we know everything. We have worked for so many hours on this, so that's why you have to prove in a way that we are complying everything, we are not doing anything. You have to certify yourself in fact, so that they accept, they trust you. Whatever is trusted to you, you are doing that one. That means is that. So I'll go back to which one I was talking of here. Let me go back there, because that's also, we cannot just for purpose of explanation I came back to here. That was very much important because it's something new added to contracts. Previously there was no system to submit all time. It's in division one, maybe some companies are starting doing that. I cannot assure myself that is going, but it's something new. It's like DAB was new one time, so very important if people got failed. There was no one to help them. So this I come back. Let me browse it and come back. Quickly. Oh, yes. Yeah. Yes. So this was bill of quantity and claim and commencement date were top compliance with the system. Now we'll go to condition of contract, or these conditions means these general conditions are as amended by particular conditions. Both are conditions of contract, this original document, and supported by or topped by particular conditions. Both are there. ये जो जनरल कंडीशंस है, सामान्य शर्तें हैं, जनरल कंडीशन में सामान्य शर्तें या एक खास शर्तें जो पर्टिकुलर कंडीशन में हैं, स्पेसिफिक कंडीशंस या आपका पर्टिकुलर कंडीशंस और प्रोजेक्ट स्पेसिफिक कंडीशंस, whatever name can be given to that, but it is originally particular condition which supports your general conditions with certain modifications, and that is particular condition. So इसका मतलब यह है हम इन्हीं कंडीशंस की बात कर रहे हैं, कोई इंपोर्ट नहीं कर रहे बाहर से। इसी कंडीशन ऑफ कॉन्ट्रैक्ट हम कंडीशंस कह रहे हैं, बाहर से कहीं से नहीं आ रही। इसके बाद कॉन्ट्रैक्ट क्या है, 110 कॉन्ट्रैक्ट डेफिनेशन। ये बहुत सी बातें हैं, यू हैव टू बी क्लियर अबाउट दैट. What is contract? Now is contract definition is contract. This means this is real contract. Means contract agreement, करारनामा कह सकते हैं आप, क्या कहेंगे कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को हिंदी में, करार फैसला, या उर्दू में ये करार फैसला बोल दीजिए, करारनामा बोल दीजिए, कुछ भी बोल दीजिए। लेटर ऑफ एक्सेप्टेंस, ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का एग्रीमेंट जो अभी हुआ नहीं होगा, एक्सेप्टेंस के बाद लेटर ऑफ एक्सेप्टेंस। एक हो गया कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एग्रीमेंट, एक हो गया लेटर ऑफ एक्सेप्टेंस। लेटर ऑफ टेंडर जो पहले हुआ था, जिसमें हमने प्राइस भरा था, दैट वन ऑन दिस एडेंडा refer to any addenda. When we get some documents, that's tender, we fill that one, calculate the price, we submit a standard, and when it's approved we get letter of acceptance. And after that we are getting many other papers, and also before we submit tender, we get many addendas. All those are here referred to in contract agreement. Contract agreement means letter of acceptance, all tender documents, all club documents, all other. If you miss there, you miss again. This is called documents coordination. Whatever you calculated your tender for based on documents, all those must be there. It's not original tender. Whatever supplementary documents issued by that party for this tender before submitting tender, all those papers are called addenda, must be a part of tender, and all those will go as contract later on. So contract agreement, letter of acceptance, letter of tender, addenda referred to in contract agreement. These conditions, yes, these conditions also, which are now we are talking, specification. At time of tender we got specifications. Actually specifications means technical statements. You should be clear about that. A specification means technical talks in writing. Technical talks of what you have to do in each item, whatever is there in this or standard one or codes, all are parts of specification. Drawings, schedules means lists, many lists or program or bar chart. Contractor's proposal, joint venture undertaking if applicable. If there is contractor's proposal, contract engineer proposal, then there is a joint venture maybe, and further documents if any. Whatever is left is to be included if it applies on contract, which are listed in contract agreement. All those documents are in letter of acceptance. This is brief definition given here in definitions part. I read again. It's important. You are not going to remember it, but to understand it. Memory is no use. Understanding of implication, and what implication makes, it makes an implication on contract price, contract time, and contract quality, contract management, all this makes it. So it means contract agreement, letter of acceptance, letter of tender, any addenda referred to in contract agreement, these conditions, specifications, drawings, schedules or schedule, you can say, I say schedule, schedule can be said, contractor's proposal, JV undertaking if applies, and further documents if applies, which are listed in contract agreement or in letter of acceptance. This is 110 contract definition mentioned in contract part of definition. Contract agreement. This is brief actually. Contractors tell me there will be additional items also on this which are not given here, but practically it happens. Like that we make shop drawings, we make working drawings, we have many documents on site. All are virtual documents in addition to that, but they are not mentioned, no problem at all. Contract agreement, that's 111. What is that? We are talking the agreements again. Contract agreement, yes, means agreement entered upon by both parties in accordance with subclause 1.6, which was here itself coming up. It's 1.11, so 1.6 will also come up. If you want to see, we can see now 1.6. Where is 1.6? Let us see. 1.1 is moving here. 1.6 will take 1 year. 1 starting once maybe long back, it will move journey, so better to stop here. It will take time. 1.4.1.5.1.6 contract agreement, it says 1.6. Party shall sign a contract agreement, said on party shall sign a contract agreement within 35 days after contract receives letter of acceptance. स्वीकृति पत्र मिल, स्वीकृति कहेंगे ना, स्वीकृति पत्र मिलने के बाद 35 दिन के अंदर अंदर दोनों दल साइन करेंगे, दोनों हिस्सेदारी साइन करेंगे एक एग्रीमेंट, एक करारनामा। ये लिखता है कि यदि वो कुछ और मानते हैं तो अलग बात है। Party shall sign a contract. Party shall sign a contract agreement within 35 days after contractor receives letter of acceptance, unless they agree otherwise. Contract agreement shall be based on form annexed to particular conditions. फॉर्म लगाया गया है पर्टिकुलर कंडीशन के साथ, उस फॉर्म के हिसाब से ये करार का दस्तावेज साइन होगा। Cost of stamp duties and similar charges, if any, imposed by law in connection with entry into contract agreement shall be borne by employer. एम्प्लॉयर बॉर्न करेगा, वो जो भी खर्चा होगा इसका आप बॉर्न नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि ये कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एम्प्लॉयर दे रहा है। फिर पढ़ता हूं, अच्छा रहेगा समझने के लिए। पार्टी शैल साइन ए कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एग्रीमेंट, दोनों पार्टी कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एग्रीमेंट साइन करेंगी 35 दिन के अंदर अंदर लेटर ऑफ एक्सेप्टेंस मिलने के बाद। पार्टी शैल साइन ए कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एग्रीमेंट विद इन 35 days आफ्टर कॉन्ट्रैक्टर रिसीव्स लेटर ऑफ एक्सेप्टेंस अनलेस दे एग्री अदरवाइज। हो सकता है आप 35 दिन ना मानेंगे, नहीं अब 30 दिन के बाद करेंगे, हम 1 साल के बाद तो नहीं कर सकते, हम 40 दिन बाद कर देंगे, 45 दिन बाद कर देंगे। हो सकता है दोनों पार्टी मान जाए, कोई भी कहीं व्यस्त हो सकता है, ट्राई करने की बात है। मान लीजिए मैं ओवरसीज में हूँ, नहीं आ सकता, तो एक हफ्ते की एक्सटेंशन दे दीजिए, आने में टाइम लग रहा है, वो बहुत बड़ी बात नहीं है, क्योंकि लेटर ऑफ एक्सेप्टेंस मिल चुका है आपको। सो इसका मतलब अनटिल बोथ एग्री अदरवाइज। ठीक है, ये हम जा रहे हैं बाहर, हम 1 हफ्ते पहले साइन कर देते हैं, ये भी हो सकता है, बाहर जाने से तो वो रोक नहीं सकता है। मुझे थोड़ा दूसरे काम पे जाना है, 1 हफ्ता पहले कर लीजिए या 1 हफ्ता बाद कर लीजिए, या जैसे हम एग्री करते हैं कर लीजिए। मैंने आपको मेल तो भेज ही दी है। खैर, यहाँ जो बात आती है वो है एक्चुअल साइन करने की, आपके पेपर्स पे साइन करने की जो भी लीगल रिक्वायरमेंट है उसके ऊपर बात आती है। इट्स ऑन दैट लीगल रिक्वायरमेंट, यू हैव टू कंप्लाई विद लॉ ऑफ योर लैंड एंड यू हैव टू sign that, and maybe probably is required you have to register also that with documents registered system. That's what they are demanding. This 35 days normal period, it can be varied depending upon occupation of either party somewhere else. It can be in advance or it can be postponed, or it can be on same day or before that day, it doesn't make concern. So parties shall sign a contract agreement in 35 days after contract receives a letter of acceptance unless they agree otherwise. Contract agreement shall be based on form annexed to particular conditions, the cost of stamp duties and similar charges, if whatever imposed by law in connection with entering into contract agreement shall be borne by employer. If contractor comprises a joint venture JV, authorized representative of each member of joint venture shall sign contract agreement. यदि कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कंपनी जो भी है, कोई जॉइंट वेंचर 2 कंपनियां एक साथ काम कर रही हैं और हम एग्री कर रहे हैं उसके ऊपर, तो उनके जो जॉइंट रिप्रेजेंटेटिव होंगे दोनों के अलग अलग वो साइन करेंगे उस कागज के ऊपर। एक कंपनी का दूसरी कंपनी का, दोनों के जो भी जनरल अटॉर्नीज होंगे वो साइन करेंगे। ये मतलब कॉन्ट्रैक्ट है कंप्राइजेस जॉइंट वेंचर जीवी, ऑथराइज्ड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव ऑफ ईच मेंबर ऑफ जॉइंट वेंचर शैल साइन कॉन्ट्रैक्ट एग्रीमेंट। हम चलते हैं वापस, जितना समझाना तो समझा दिया, समझना आपको है। और अब जाएंगे थोड़ा पीछे, अरे चल यार 1 पे जाते हैं दोबारा, इसीलिए टाइम लगता है थोड़ा समझाने में। एक बार समझ आ गया तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, once you understand very well it's fine, otherwise I have to repeat every time. You cannot understand like this, but in beginning, because it's just beginning, I'm trying to at least these definitions must be clear, otherwise you will remain confused, because when you enter into the in-depth of this document, if you immerse ourselves, then it's very difficult to come out on surface. That's the problem. So I'm just trying to explain whatever can be explained on these definitions. So we have gone through contract agreement. Now contract data and contract price, they are two. Contract data, which means pages and title contract data which constitute part A of particular conditions. That is contract data, means pages and title contract data, वो पेज जिस पे contract data लिखा हो, which constitute part A of particular conditions. Particular conditions का part A हो, इसका मतलब ये means arrangement है और कुछ नहीं है, इसमें no need not exist. Contract data, contract price means price defined in subclass 14.1. देखेंगे, छोड़ो उसको, वही प्राइस है जो वहां लिखा गया है 14.1 में, उसका क्या मतलब वहां बताएंगे. तो प्राइस ऑफ समझते हैं हम. नाउ वी विल मूव फर्दर बिफोर इंटरफेरेंस विद दिस. If we accept this interference, then we'll waste time. 114 contractor. Now we come to one contractor. What is contractor? In this contract means person named as contractors in letter of tender accepted by employer and legal successors in title of such persons. That is important. लोग शायद समझते नहीं है लॉ को. Contractor means a person whose name is there in tender, in letter of acceptance, everywhere. That is contractor, and not that is contractor. All his legal representatives after his death, they are contractors. That point should be clear to everybody. It doesn't mean if you die, contractors or no. Your son, your daughter, or whoever legally takes your rights, takes your power, takes your everything in succession, that all persons are owned as contractor, are responsible as contractor for that project, because they are getting benefits, so they have to take this responsibility. So means persons named as contractor in letter of tender accepted by employer, and legal, when you say legal successors in title of such persons, all those are going to share liabilities of this contract. At death, it does not stop. At completion, it stops. When your project is complete, you are discharged from this contract. That time, that liability goes away, except for warranted items. Next is 1115 contractors' documents. Contractors' document. What are contractors' document? It's a big point here. Means documents prepared by contractor as described in class 4.4. We'll see later on. Contractors' documents including calculations, digital files, computer programs and other software, drawings, manuals, models, specifications, and other documents of technical nature. Contractor's document. I repeat it. And this is I repeat, this contractor's documents means documents prepared by contractor as described in subclass 4.4, including calculations, digital files, computer programs, and other software, drawings, manuals, models, specifications, and other documents of a technical nature which would have been submitted with technical submission probably must be the same and more also. Contractor's equipment, another one, means all apparatus, equipment, machinery, construction plant, vehicles and other items required by contractor for execution of works. Contractor's equipment excludes temporary works. Plant, materials and any other things intended to form or forming part of permanent works. Equipment means permanent equipment, simply speaking. All apparatus, equipment, machinery, construction plant, vehicles and other items required by contractor for execution of work. Contractor's equipment excludes temporary works, plants, materials, and any other things intended to form or forming part of permanent work. Now, contractors personal, contractors का staff, contractors personal, which means contractors representative, agent you may say, contractors representative, and all personnel whom contractor utilizes on site or other places where works are being carried out, including staff, labor, and other employees of contractors and of each subcontractors, and any other personnel assisting contractor in execution of works. Fill. Once again, contractor's personnel means contractor's representative, which is top personnel who talks on, who writes on, who responds on behalf of contractor. We call it contractor's representative or contractor's agent, and all personnel whom contractor utilizes on site or other places where works are being carried out, including staff, labor, and other employees of contractor and each subcontractor and some other personal assisting contractor in execution of work. Now, contractor's representative, further explanation is contractor's representative. Maybe you people are not clear about this, how these works move all over the world, but there are so many people involved in that on officially on contracts. Now, contract representative means natural person named by contractor in contract or appointed by contractor under subclause 4.3, we'll see, who acts on behalf of contractors. Very clear it is. Either it is named in contract papers, or if not named, appointed by contractor under certain clause, who acts on behalf of contractor. उसका नाम यदि लिखा है पहले से, वो है, या वो नहीं है तो कोई और जिसको अपॉइंट किया गया है इस काम के लिए, पूरे रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी के लिए, वो है. मतलब means natural person named by contractor in contract or appointed by contractor under certain subclause, clause titled contractor person presentation, who acts on behalf of contractor. Now we go to cost, definition of cost. What is cost? All expenditure reasonably incurred or to be incurred, वो सारा एक्सपेंडिचर जो खर्च होना है या हो चुका है बाय कॉन्ट्रैक्टर, उस ठेकेदार के द्वारा, इन परफॉर्मिंग कॉन्ट्रैक्ट, इस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को काम करते हुए, इसको आगे बढ़ाते हुए, वेदर ऑन और ऑफ साइट, चाहे वो साइट पे हो या साइट से दूर हो, including taxes, overheads, and similar charges, but does not include profit. Where cost, where contractor is entitled under a subclause of these conditions to payment of cost it shall be added to contract price. And repeating again, cost means all expenditure reasonably incurred or to be incurred by contractor in performing contract, whether on or off sites, including taxes, overheads. Okay, I repeat, that's some problem. I repeat it. Cost plus profit, cost sorry, means all expenditures reasonably incurred or to be incurred by contractor in performing contract, whether or on or off site, including taxes, overheads, and similar charges, but does not include profit, where contract is entitled under subclause of these conditions to payment of cost, it shall be added to contract price. Then cost plus profit, which means cost plus applicable percentage of profit stated in contract data. If not stated 5%, such percentage shall only be added to cost, and cost plus profit shall only be added to contract price, where contractor is entitled under a subclause of these conditions to prevent cost plus profit. After that, we go country. Country means country in which site or most of it is located, where permanent works are to be executed. Simple. Country means country in which site or most of it is located, where permanent works are to be executed. Actually, where permanent works are executed, that country is here. You may import material from wherever you want, but that is installed here. In fact, this is country. You can import anything from any country. What's the problem with that? Then DAAB, Dispute Avoidance Adjudication Board. I think this is a very boring subject. People will not find interest because until you have experience, you can't understand. That's true, but before experience, you want to learn something. That's also interesting. I know you are not in law field, and lawyers don't know this. Forget them. I know when very well how much they know. For this, you need study. You have experience. You can interpret lawyers and judges. Keep them off from this matter. This means that sole member means single member, or three members, as case may be, so named in contract or appointed under clause 21. One we'll see at end is clause 21 as and it is constitution of the AB or subclause failure to appoint the AB, etc. There are conditions, so we'll talk this. This is different talk, so we'll go to that one. But we know here that there is a TA tab, means tab. Previously, it did not happen. This job was not available, but in our country, it's working for many years. This is the regulation by government. All right, now go to DAB agreement. DAB agreement. That's also very important. DAB agreement, DAAB agreement. DAAB agreement, which means agreement signed or deemed to have been signed by both parties and sole member or each of three members, as case may be, of DAB in accordance with subclass 21.1. We'll see that, and it is and subclass 21.1. Subclass 21 because there are 21 clauses, so I'm saying it's and 1 constitution of DAB or subclass 21.2 failure to appoint DAB, both are the incorporating by reference general conditions of disputes, avoidance, adjudication, agreement. So we say that agreement means agreement signed or deemed to have been signed by both parties and sole member of each of three parties, as case may be, or three members, as case may be, of DAB in accordance with subclause 21.1 constitution of DAB or subclause 21.2 failure to appoint DAB. All right, let's say failure to appoint DAB says that incorporating by reference general conditions of dispute, avoidance, adjudication, agreement contained in appendix to these general conditions with such amendments as agreed. Means there is some problem on various clauses, and maybe this problem also at sure. So agreement contained in appendix to this clause and such amendments as agreed. So that's what DAB agreement is about. Now date of completion. Date of completion is self-explanatory here, but so we read that, which means date stated in taking over certificate. Date stated in taking over certificate issued by engineer, or if last paragraph of subclass 10.1 taking over works and sections applies date on which works or section are deemed to have been completed in accordance with contract, or if subcontract subclause is taking over parts or subparts subclause this interference with tests. Interference with tests on completion apples. Completion applies date on which works are section sanction or parts are verified. We'll move further now. Day means calendar day, means every calendar day is day. Day work schedule, that is different. It's not day. Day work schedule. It's actually very hard work item. You are standing there watching people but doing nothing actually. There's something we are reaching. Day work schedule. Why means why we define all this term? We should be clear about contract. That's all. Day work schedule, which means document entitled day work schedule, if any, included in contract, showing amount and manner of payments to be made to contractors for labor, materials, and equipment used for day work under subclause 13.5. I'll see this. This I'll explain to you. Hold on. So this is different one than defects notification period. That's also important. Day work. How to explain that speaking? This guy did not explain what you explain actually. This guy did not understand. I think it's international, but he did not understand actually what happened. Day work. You know what happens sometimes on site? There's some dispute. There's some item which is not in contract, or there is a contract for that item, but we don't understand that. We can't quantify that in terms of item. We can't say what element of labor, element of material, or that will go into that. We are not able to understand time management of that activity. That creates some complications. There's a dispute, work is suspended, and there's a dispute, and or you are unable to measure that from site, whatever it is. There can be many reasons for that. I'm not going to details of the reasons now because they are not clear about contract. What I say this stage comes on site when there is no decision on how to measure some item. There's no formula, you can't measure, there's no quantification on that. Time management doesn't permit that. So what to do? How to pay that? In that complicated situation, there's a layman formula. Layman, I mean to say where there's no logic. I say I engage 5% for this, 5-10% for some item we are doing on site, and consultant or engineer accepts, okay, what we agree, we will agree, well, somebody will be on site to agree how many persons are engaged for how many hours, how many machines are engaged for how many hours, or what material we use from purchase, etc. All those items, time management, machine for how many hour, material for how many hour, or some other extra item, whatever is there for temporary purchase of it, wherever whatever expenses is going on the item, including supervision, that will be recorded. Say 4 hours, 4 persons worked, 2 hour machine worked, or 8 hours machine worked, whatever. Or we purchase this material from market for this expense of that, and so many supervisors. All these are calculated for particular item, which might be do not cover in your standard time, but here you did that because of what some reason, or because of whatever failure of quality system. We have to write this and attach this with our daily report, or also send it to our central office. Always. That paper signed by both parties, signed by contractor and signed by resident engineer or project manager, both sign them. And when these both are signed, it is admitted that yes, there was a problem, office was claimed, this was done, and this we entered as a separate item for this activity, which is on site, for which there was no unit, no item description. So we have spent the money, provided this money goes to 100% work. These days I've seen not only honors, others are already. That is what is day work defined about. So it's nothing else. Day work schedule. You can make many schedules of that. This is expenses I'm talking. Day work schedule, they say if included in contract, showing amounts and manner of payments to be made to contractor for labor, materials, and equipment. That's what it says. Used for day work. There can be many items. So we explain like that. Now, next is defects notification period of DNP. Defects notification period. What is temperature is more 27 at 3 o'clock. This was are so passionate. 3.5 hours. Who is there online? Good morning, Mr. Atul. Good morning, Mr. Surya Pranya. Surya Prakash is also good. Okay, thank you. So that's what I said. So we move further from day work and day work schedule to defects notification period D and P. Defects notification period, though it applies at late when work's over, yet it means period for notifying defects and or damage in works or section or parts as case may be. This is defects notification period, not you can say substandard work notification. Be clear about that. DNP means period for notifying defects only, or damage in works, damage is something else, or a section or a part, as case may be. Under subclause 11.1, which you'll see later on, completion of outstanding works and remedying defects. As stated in contract data, if not stated 1 year, as it says, as stated in contract data, if not stated 1 year, it means straight away 1 year they have taken. And as may be extended under subclause 11.3, extension of the effects notification period. This period is calculated from date of completion of works or section of part. Now there is a round circle is showing, circle is imaginary circle. It's trying to avoid something which should not allow. But it is international document. I can't challenge like this. There should be something else added onto it based on experience. When I was young and I was on contracting side, there should be a clause in every contract. You go to Qatar and see general condition of Qatar in 1988, you'll find so many additional items than this. I think either they have reduced items or they include on their based on experience. So what I say, this is something which is, well, but we have to accept this as standard document. I say there's a maintenance period on every project. That's a practice. It was generally in those days. I was employed in Qatar, I think in 1985 to 89. I remember one time, 4 years continuously. It was 400 days period of maintenance. In whatever your contract duration, there was a period of 400 days, and price of that was included on contracts, on tenders. And generally defects are very normal, means not very expensive defects are there. You cannot say that you have to change the slab. No, that's not defect. That's something else. Defects means some use defect, means something plaster is cracking somewhere, or you may say something repairable that's happening. You have to inject something somewhere. It's not the water tank is leaking and that's defect. No, that's something else. It may require redesign. Reconstruction is no defect. That doesn't come in defects. So there's a water reservoir of something, very big water reservoir, and you failed in testing of that water tightness test failed. That cannot be called defect, because maybe you have to either inject whole tank, which is not possible, or you have to remove that tank and do again. If it doesn't control its leak according to British standards, because there's no other standard for that. Only one standard applies to water tightness of tank. Such type of items create complexity. There's a very big water reservoir in one plant, Italian plant in Abu Dhabi Rois. It moved little. So they did not consider that defect. That is design defect. That is design failure. And I don't know how they manipulated that. People do that. Very, very intelligent people all over the world. So I'm just giving an example. Minor defects, or you can say repairable defects, remediable defects, where NCR can be closed based on completion. The NCR is not issued for them because these are taken into punch list. Those defects which can be carried on to punch list and agreed by both parties, those are called defect rectification. And these defects lists do not stop completion date or mechanical completion date. At least if it's practical completion date or mechanical completion date, it doesn't stop that. That is called defect. They assume that with 1 month, 2 month, 3 month period, on an average basis, they will repair it and bring it to good status as it was before defects. Make good means that not restructuring it, make good only. So it means defect notification period is that period, which means period for notifying defects and damage in works or a section or part, as case may be under subclause 11.1, completion of outstanding works and remedying defects as stated in contract data. If not stated, 1 year. So better to state. Otherwise, 1 year, say project is 1 year, you do it for 1 year. Now run away from there, better. Late like in 3 months, 4 months. Why are you home or yourself there? You say again and again your person, oh, there's also a complaint, there's a roof, it is happening in the head. So it is better to mention rather than leaving to 1 year. And if you don't mention, then you have bound for 1 year. Of course, you are bound already. There are structural warranties. You can't run away. Structural is warranted, waterproofing is warranted, so many items are under warranty. So you are already bound, but in that case, subcontractor is bound, not exactly you are bound. Because those are applicators are bound. Because those are all approved applicators. So as stated in contract data, if not stated 1 year, and as may be extended under subclause 11.3, extension of the facts notification period. This period is calculated from date of completion of works or section of part, and this notification period is very difficult, very dangerous, because we are notifying. We can notify that. We can notify you in 1 year time. Come on and do this. So it is actually a kind of imaginary work imprisonment, that they can hold your neck in 1 year time on 365 days. Oh, come on, contractor, here is that. I'm notifying on you. That is notification only, not remedial measure. You have to include remedial also, maybe a period of 2 months or 1 month. It depends upon you, means what type of weather. So this is little very complex issue. Defect notification period. It can cost, means maybe small defect is there which takes 1 hour to repair, and they call you, then you have to send one mason, one helper. He will take 3 days for that. So you are losing your manpower. We have to be very clever on this point. There may be 5 buildings, and there are two list of that. You are agreeing on this 25 different. Sorry, you send a team of a crew of your team. You have to spend, rather than working that, let them work on other projects. They will come there, and your labor element goes unproductive. So you have to be very careful during work itself, that no defects yourself. Rather than you wait, the notice should come to you. You should have very good quality man there on site who supports you, and before defects appear, you remove them. Of course, NCR, let NCR be, should no problem. Normal NCR can be okay. Generally, these defects happen. You should normal repair them. Why to wait them to send you notice? This is called intelligent management rather than dependent management. Why I should depend on them? Am I fool? I don't understand what is injuring, what is defect. I understand. So I raise myself NCR. They cannot object. If I ask my quality guy, raise normal NCR and close after 1 month, no problem. Because before closure you cannot get payment, but this is the fact. Payment can't be stopped on this. This is not that type of defect. Yes, if it is structural defect or something else, then you can't do finishing work on that. That's something else. There you are trapped. If there's a slab is sagging, suppose a beam is sagging, or is bulging, or something else, a structural defect is very difficult. Every engineer should realize this, or forget curing. You forgot curing. That's a permanent defect. You can't treat that. Such points should be taken very seriously. Even you are very well experienced engineer, very much educated engineer. These defects trap you so tightly that you are at death knell of your profession, because you are there, you are responsible. Then you go to delay damages. 128. Delay damages. What is delay damage? Which means damages for which contractors shall be liable under subclause 8.8, we will see clause later on, for failure to comply with subclause 8.2, time for completion. Delay damages. Contractor shall be liable. Actually, this is common sense. There is a delay. What is the reason of delay? Every person can understand. If it delay on part of contractor, contractor has to cover it or pay liability. or a delay from other side, other end, you are not liable for that if you prove it. If you keep record, you prove it, which means you should be smart in coordination. You should be smart in letter writing, contractual letter writing, not letter writing, which is very difficult if you are a starter, which needs knowledge of contract. You cannot simply write something as, oh, claim I have written to you. No, not that. Written to you is not that. You have to specifically write everything. You have to submit a package of that to your party, whoever it is, and record it and force it in a language that they have to respond. That is called contractual drafting. I don't need a lawyer for that. The lawyers cannot understand that. Lawyer can understand simple complications, not complications related to contracts, for which you need a contract engineer possibly. You need who understands contracts. It doesn't mean that should be lawyer, no. He should have experience of contract. That's all. Because if you want to control damages because of delay, you have to see every day what's happening. You demanded some information, this didn't come. You raise some side technical query, you don't get a response. You raise some engineering query, you don't get a response. There are so many issues which counts. Site engineer does not understand that. They may cry, they won't take any action. Foreman can't take action. So you need a stable mind person there who can watch from distance and see himself without depending on site engineer even. And of course, site engineer submits reports daily. You can see that if that is reflected in the report, or you can meet people from time to time, those who are responsible for supervision and surveillance, and know what's happening. You can refer to meetings, what comes in meetings, because all these points are raised in meetings. And if you think there is some part lapsing on behalf of employer or engineer, you record that. That's the motto. Record that and let them accept that. It's not easy. Delay controls are not easy. Contract control is easy. Delay is not easy because it limits to liquidated damages. So it's very difficult. We may say, we may not understand, but it is liquidated damage impact, which goes to both parties of contract. Why should contractor earn it? Let other party earn it. So you have to encounter that. But if you are not writing anything, or other party is not writing anything, both parties are sleeping. Delay is delay. It's not sleeping. It will impact both of you. And you will run away from here and there to see what to do. But ultimately, benefit goes to contractor. Because this is job. If there is something in writing to client or to engineer that this leads to delay, if you prove it, that engineer cannot sleep, because if delay is on part of contractor, he is very happy. Oh, I'll recover so many delays. Per day I'll recover this much because this is mentioned on your contract list. LD, there's a limit to that, and he will say, I recover this from your payment certificate. Yes, you can recover this. There's a law for that. If you fulfill that law, if you serve a notice to contractor in time, and if contractor sleeps on that, it doesn't respond properly, then engineer has got a right to hold that payment in name of liquidated damage, subject to a condition. If you recover that, that payment has to go back to contractor without any formal interest. That is most important. If you can cover that, but engineer has got a right to recover. And if engineer does not do that, that's fault on engineer itself. But that limit, that LD is very complicated issue when both parties sleep. You don't care, that party doesn't care, and time elapses. Time elapses, the curve of progress, whatever you achieve, is not in line of program. You are falling behind your program. Delay is automatically coming in. There's maybe you can say 5% is okay, keep a 5% margin on time. They can keep, okay, it is a 1 month time, you can cover it 1 month. If you can't cover it, then suppose there is 75% of time of progress gone and you have achieved only 40% progress. They say there's a 35% difference. And how can you cover that? There was some background. You may say you did not give us plot in time or land in time. You did the clearance of this and that. There will be so many excuses. If these are real, then document. Where should document? Give document. Let engineer answer. I'm sure they will not answer because they are also sleeping. But you will stand on some ground. That ground you have to construct contractual ground, which generally engineers from client and fail. But contractor is higher than client because he has to make money. So his engineers are very smart. They don't take. They simply write in different language and in your files that we want that. File it. I have seen many cases where there is no response from others. They can't respond. Contractor says, this is my claim, answer me. They don't answer. I have seen a case, I was surprised. Contract duration is over. Many months lapse, work is moving. Big project. Contract duration is over. And when you attend meeting and ask contract representative, when are you delivering this project? You know his answer? Very surprising answer. I don't know. I don't know when I give this project. It shocked me. What? You do not know? You are contractor. Who shall know? My period is already over. My contract is not running. I'm just working for because I'm obliging you. This was an answer from that representative. Means it's a game. I am working for you because you requested me to work. After my expiry is over. My date is over. You did not grant me extension. What can I do? I applied for extension. You are sleeping. Why did you not answer? And this is government department. Why don't you answer? Government people never answer. Who takes responsibility? So this is a complicated case in that case. This is a point that will raise in arbitration. Engineer did not recover LD. Another fault. If you are strong, recover LD. But you are not strong. That's why you did not apply LD clause. If you apply LD clause, contractor's letter is with you. You are bound, you can't apply. So you are trapped both ways. So what is solution? I know your solution, what you will do. You will grant completion and backdate. That's your crooked mind. Nothing else. And you have understanding with that contractor. Maybe, who knows? This is what happens. I just give you a case history. Happened to be. I withdrew from that meeting. No, I'm not interested in meeting. This is no professional meeting. You are just manipulating things. Contractor says, I don't know. How do you mean you don't know? Why are you sitting here? Leave site and go. What engineer you are doing? What for you are here? Your staff is not working. You are not answering. I am making mockery of this meeting. Your IS people are sleeping. What are you doing? They are not responding. Why are not responding? This is happening in this country. Whom you can blame? Why are you asking IS to sit in this position when they don't understand contract? Oh, we have a board. This hell with your board. We want decision. We don't want board. That's what enter the matter. Contract doesn't say board is there. This contract is not writing in this. It's not written. There is board. It's written. Engineer has to answer, and that's all. You answer, but engineer cannot answer because he has two designations. One is executive engineer, and one is project engineer. Here on project, you are not executive engineer. You keep in his mind you are project engineer. Maybe you are executive engineer in your department. I don't care for that. You are project engineer. It's defined in contract. You are an engineer. It's not defined as a board. I don't care for your board. Why did you not respond? I can't do that. I can't do that. Either you be one, speak as executive engineer. Executive engineer is not required here in this contract. Project engineer is required. People don't understand. And this goes to problems on contracts. And this is the result that all these contracts win arbitration cases. You can't stop that because you are missing your duty. You are not understanding what you are. In India, engineers don't understand what is contract, what is law, and that's why they lose all cases. This is tyranny of this country. Engineering people are not interested in contracts. They are not interested in law. They are only interested in bending moment, shear force, deflection, this and that, which is everybody knows. But that doesn't work in field. It works only in design. In field, quality works, safety works, and law works, where you are defeated everywhere. That's the problem. And that's why I'm interested to disseminate information, particularly those Indians who have worked all their life, but who have resulted zero. They don't understand what they are doing regretfully. They don't even, many I have seen, they don't even understand what's the meaning of engineer. They don't understand. For them, everybody is engineer. Well, I should not go to that excitement, but sometimes it happens that if something comes here. So this delay damage is that one of that. This is very difficult because British people never spares anybody. They start deducting. Just give a notice for some days, which is written according to clause, and start deducting. Okay, we deducting, just finish. They don't ask you, we deduct. When you do it, we'll pay you back because there's no interest on that. It's interest free. So next is dispute. That's 1129. Dispute means any situation, and that is one party makes a claim against other party, which may be a claim as defined in these conditions or a matter to be determined by engineer under these conditions, or otherwise B, other party or engineer under subclass 372, engineer's determination rejects claim in whole or in part, and C, first party does not acquiesce by giving a node under subclause 375 dissatisfaction in engineer's determination or otherwise, provided, however, that a failure by other party or engineer to oppose or respond to claim in whole or in part may constitute a rejection if in circumstances DAB or arbitrators, as case may be, deem it reasonable for it to do so. I'll repeat because this is a very important paragraph. I mean to say clause subsection. Dispute means any situation where one party makes a claim against other one, which may be a claim as defined in these conditions, these general conditions, I to say, or a matter to be determined by engineer under these conditions or otherwise, or other party or engineer under subclass 372 engineer's determination rejects claim in whole or in part, and three party first party does not acquiesce, first party means employer, does not acquiesce by giving node under subclause 375 dissatisfaction with engineer's determination or otherwise, provided, however, that a failure by other party or engineer to oppose or respond to claim and whole, in whole or in part, may constitute a rejection if in circumstances DAB or arbitrators, as case may be, deem it reasonable for it to do so. You can see complications of this clause. Even after establishment of DAB, they don't accept what to do. Means somewhere something is wrong on your agreement. That's why these lapses are revealed. They should not be, but this happens. I don't accept. Do whatever you want to do. You can't force someone. Work cannot stop, project cannot stop, even if you go to arbitration. This has to continue. They know. They work, but they keep piling their secrets with them, and then they open them in arbitration, where arbitrators, if are not engineers, another complication, because judges and advocates do not understand contracts. If they are engineers, yes, then these people will think many times. And only situation should be when you write some contract, write in that disputes mechanism clause, dispute resolution mechanism clause, there should be engineers in arbitrary position, then they shall not speak anything but accept what engineers say. Because we keep these blanks, that happens. If you write particularly, these arbitrator candidates should be engineers, and that particularly civil engineers experience as such and such, you will not find it. If you keep them blank, that happens particularly in private sector, keep them blank, and they will only select judges because they can do something there. They can do some cooking therein, and judges do not understand practical work. They will ask you undue questions. They don't know how site moves, how work moves. They are not, this is not their field, but because there is no restriction, they enjoy. And particularly apex court retired judges, high court chief justices, they enjoy this because good amount is received in every sitting. Well, that's another part. Just you can say my heart I'm opening what happens because I experienced that very well. Then drawings. What is drawings? Part 130 drawings means drawings drawings of works included in contract and any additional or modified drawings issued by or on behalf of employer in accordance with contract. This means all drawings including whatever drawings that is used on work, workshop drawing, working drawings or others, and your tender drawings which are converted to contractor drawings, all those. Well, drawings do not cause any problem, however, if there's no change in that. Minor changes are not major problem, but if there are drastic changes, which we should not do when lump sum contract exists. And that's 1131 employer, which means person named as employer in contract data and legal successors entitled to this person, all after death of that person, whosoever is there, son, daughter, partner, whosoever is there, all are employer. Continue to be called employer until discharge certificate is issued and warranties are cleared. Until that time, they will be liable for everything. Then it is 1133, sorry, 32, employers equipment. Then let me see what time is because I cannot consider longer. My laptop also get heated up, so I have to be careful about. Yes, it's just one or two clauses I can read. Indeed, let me see 2 minutes of time. So, employers equipment 1132 means apparatus, equipment, machinery, construction plant and or vehicles, if any, to be made available by employer for use of contractor. Under subclass 2.6, we see later on, employer supplied material and employer's equipment, but does not include plant which has not been taken over under class 10, employers taking over. This is means we'll see later on employer's equipment. This is logistic clause actually, and we'll go to 1133 employer's personal means engineer, engineer's representative, if appointed, assistants, assistants described in subclass 3.4, delegation by engineer and all other staff, labor and other employees of engineer and of employer engaged in fulfilling employer's obligations under contract and any other personnel identified as employer's personnel by a notice from employer or engineers to contractors. And so we will take up this, I think it takes time for this FedEx, I know. So what I'm saying, this is very, very I'm trying to emphasize on these definitions because these definitions are going to be repeated in many clauses, and if you do not understand them now, it shall be very difficult for everyone. Those who are experienced, I'm not talking about exempting them. Others, those who are not aware of this, new engineers or public, those who are not aware, they may be confused all time. What is engineer? What is this? What is that? Because for them, everybody is engineer. They don't differentiate between qualified engineer and contract engineer. There's a difference, a problem. And of course, there are many kinds of contracts forms, standard contract. Like RIBA, there is Royal Institute of British Architects, and there was one civil engineer, Institute of Civil Engineers, which is now new engineering contract. And this is FIDIC, which is international one. So there are so many types of forms. Somebody uses RIBA, somebody uses FIDIC, somebody uses NEC, and it depends upon you, means how, as far as you are justified, is it based on equity contract. And our institution just also says in chat that there should be equity form of contract. There's no IEI contract form, unfortunately. It should have been there. Just NEC can be there, which is for Institute of Engineers, sorry, Institute of Civil Engineers. Previously it was that one, now it is any new engineers contract. So we haven't any such in our own country. So we have to depend on FIDIC, and when you depend on FIDIC, you have to take it from international consideration, not from their localized one. So it's not that easy that you can take it so easy, grant take for granted, but it's not that difficult also if you have site experience. Because if you don't understand these classes and you're a site manager, say, or you're a project engineer or a site engineer, then it's difficult for you to operate these classes. And if you miss operation of these classes, means you miss something considerably high, which can cost you time and cost also, both. And as per on top of reputation, if you lapse somewhere. And consultants also, they don't understand everything, but when there's a problem, they come to you because some of their experts tell them. That situation should be avoided, and particularly international working. If you are there somewhere in Gulf or in some Middle East or some in US, I don't care for US, but they don't understand documents. If you're in England, these are very important points. I exempt America from that. There's no value of documents in that country. What they speak, they do. That's all. But in England, in other English countries, these contracts are taken very seriously. They simply say you did not read this, your problem, why didn't you operate this? They will not excuse any, even if they are not, if they are their mistake, you should have operated this. They will simply say, despite signing that approval, they'll say, yes, I signed it, but you are not relieved of your responsibility. It's clear on every document that you are not relieved of your responsibility despite you have signed this token of acceptance authentication. You are responsible for that, and that situation becomes so awkward that you can't respond that because you are responsible. If you are a contracting company, you are responsible. If you are a consulting company, that's a different type of responsibility. That's not direct responsibility. Here, because you are delivering this work, it's your responsibility to check contractual position, to check safety, quality, quantity, and every aspect applicable on that item or total items. That is why I want that. Don't take it easy. Even if you pass your examination, don't think that you are free from this. Design may not create that complication, but this would create complication. Maybe there is suspension on project due to some reason. There can be suspensions. You can, or maybe you have to suspend. Maybe suspension can lead to termination also. You can terminate, or client can terminate. You can suspend, or client can suspend. In that case, there is very complication, excessive complication in clauses, and you have to count each day on that. Otherwise, they will bind you like anything if you are not serious. That is only point I want to avoid. That Your name, nobody will know. They'll say there was a person from India and that person knew nothing and all that. Unnecessary. You earn a name, bad name for your country. You earn my name, they shall forget what that person was. There was some person from that he knew nothing and I trapped in this and he will tell 100. So contextual knowledge are very important. Even if you are in designs, it doesn't matter. Because somewhere design is also attacked by this. They will say there's a design error. Now keep on fighting. This happens. What to do? Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll close it now. From next week, uh, and this talk will take some time because here many aspects are to be seen, and I have enough experience on such disputes because of uh, I say I to appreciate myself knowing it. Up and closing. Thank you all, everybody.